Good morning, everyone. A little early for me today, but I figured I'd stop by and try to get some questions answered real quick. Yes, this pre-market move looks good. Spitisler, welcome along, Johnson, man. Bithead, you crazy son of a bitch, going long on fucking memberships first thing in the morning. Thank you so much for hooking up all the hate watchers. Guys, give a shout out to Bithead. He's probably the reason you're a member. Thank you so much, Bithead. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to Cornichon, everyone.
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Morning, bud. I just slept close to 12 hours. That festival was and is always is dope as fuck. Nice, dude. I was trying to find you all weekends. I didn't know where you went. We had some interesting things happen on Friday. We'll have to talk after the stream. Read through Pickles picks. Housing stats are going to be rough this week. I agree, but I don't think they're going to affect tech much, especially on the back of the earnings week. So they could hit the Dow a little bit, but I'm kind of prepared for that eventuality. I heard if I sell my calls today, I'll get the 400 share dividend for free. No. That's no. That's not how that works at all. Don't say that as a joke, because people will think you're serious. Good morning. When is the first day of XRT thresholding process since being placed back on reg show? Oh, it was like last week. That was the 8th, right? I think, or the well, the first actual day of thresholding was on the 11th. But Friday was the last day. It was the last day before it began the thresholding process. So the 8th and the 11th. Does PM movement on the SPY change your price predictions? I already wrote a note about that on the Discord, Nesquick. You can go check it out. Although it has not re-hit my price target. It's starting to recover and looking a little better. Time to turn off your deepfake, Gherk. We know you're RC. OPEX, let's go. Yeah, I'm definitely not Ryan Cohen. If I was, I'd have too much money to do this every day. Good luck to everyone. Let's fucking go. Hashtag ice wallow come. Okay. VIX is up nearly 3%. Something smells fishy with SPY ups. Yeah, that's a bit odd. What's the barcoding? It's meaningless. It's just low liquidity and low volume. Hey, Gurk, did that November rug pull happen soon after open? It happened Tuesday, like 15 minutes after open. Did you get any updates on the BBY put OI? That's a good question. I did not check. I can check right now, though. I have a couple minutes left. Open interest. Historical. So about 25% of the puts on BBBY were dropped. Put open interest dropped from 213,000 to 159,000. Call open interest dropped by 12%. Is now currently at 472,000. How's the puts on BBBY looking? I just did that. That's what I just answered. Thank you, King Zach. Um, you pigeon wheels will never own this share. I don't think they were trying to buy it. Is Bithead Warren Bussett or Susset? Bussett. How long until you wait to buy an OPEX position? I find it's difficult to tell right at market open. I don't know. We'll see. I have some 150s. I have my out of the money ones. I'm okay for now. How are you gonna approach given pre-market ups? Well, I'll probably buy shorter dated calls, if and when I do buy them. Um, First, I expect some kind of like upside volatility. Hopefully, that's enough to kick off some FOMO because there's no fucking options on the chain right now. Any some advice? I got sunburned. Smear your body with aloe vera and walk around naked for the next 3 days. Good morning, Gurk. How do you usually set trailing stops on GME calls? I go to trailing stop, and then I select it, and then I select the stop, and then like the percentage amount, and then that's it. I also really don't use trailing stops on GameStop because it's so volatile. I usually use stop limits. You see the pre-market cup and spatula? That's not a thing, Seacraft, but thank you. Almost ready. 50 seconds. Not all brokers offer trailing stops or stops. Get a better brokerage. Um, so how do I know where to place my stop limits? I mean, you want to place your stop limits at resistances, generally speaking, and then if it breaks down from the resistance, you want your stop to trigger and your limit order to fill. Uh, you know, if you don't know how to do that, you probably shouldn't be YOLOing money on options, right, Sahib? Let's make some money. Fuck yeah. Oh no, we have no option support in the chain at all. The market maker has a huge positive hedge they can deleverage. Let's fucking go. Right? Infinite up and downside potential. Ding ding. Let's go. Matt Kors is a fucking idiot. Did you see the pre-market value of Google? It said negative 98%. Yeah, that's because it's split on Friday. How dare you ruin this dream of unimaginable wealth with your logic, reasoning, and common sense? I'm so sorry. PM gap fill. Maybe. It's got a ways to go if that's the case. There we go. Check out XRT. That's what I want to do right now. Fuck. Doing big redemptions. Are you looking at something in particular for seeing a good time to sell covered calls? Is it just confirmation of the OPEX cycle happening or not? Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'll probably hold off selling covered calls in any quantity, significant quantity, till next week. Like next Tuesday at the earliest. There we go. I don't want any delta. Your chart's so dramatic. No, it's not. Was that the Wallace and Gromit theme you were humming? Maybe. I hate being poor. Okay, stop doing that. What about this BBBY put wall that was set to expire? I went over that like a little while ago. It looks like a pretty fat chunk of puts were closed. Such good entries. Did you go to sleep early? Nope. I slept for like 3 hours, 3.5 hours last night. Guybrush from OS. Alright. Fuck it. Look at that. I got on the first try, too. That's gotta be a sign. Wait, did you say there's no call pressure on the chain right now? Well, there wasn't 7 minutes ago. Set up a new trading account with WeBull. How long do deposits usually take? If you wire transfer, it can be same day. Otherwise, ACH is like 3 to 5 days, depending on your bank. That's true for pretty much all brokerages. The prophecy is fulfilled. We're all buying so many calls. Maybe. How fitting would it be if Kramer rang the bell on market open on the day GME gamma squeezes? Did you take into account my two 950s? Yes. Is the volatility hedge made mostly of 950s? If so, is it important to watch OI on it? Sure. Well, 950s and $1 puts. Mostly the $1 puts, but some of the 950s. It depends on your brokerage, and if you have margin, then you can deposit instantaneously. No, I've been on the salt for forever, Zap. Just enter my OPEX position, prepare for a drop. Okay, I'm ready. Have you already set stop losses? Some, yeah. I threw my theory into quant chat for you to read if you're curious. Super cool that you're able to utilize the indicator effectively. I want 30-second candles, dork. I think the more data points it has, the more accurate it would be. I'm almost willing to pay TradingView money for them. What's your plan for your Google contracts? How's it doing today? I didn't even look. That's not good, right? IV's up on them a little bit. See what happens. I've got stops set on them, but IV's up, so yeah, we'll see. I may exercise one. I'm not sure yet. Can you match option price to share price on IBKR? You can use a calculator. Or you can just use the chart for the contract. Interesting saying. I didn't know that. I sold puts on Jimmy for August 12th. They're 35% in profit. Should I close them before the split due to illiquidity of the option chain post-split? If they're sold, I don't know why you'd care. It'll allow you to zoom out further on the chart and show more candles. Ooh, that'd be cool too. It was very interesting that it worked not only live but in advance. I think we're gonna do a call later, Dork, if you're around. BBY option slow this morning. Weeklies, but all bullish. That's good. Is BBY doing anything particularly interesting today? Little bit. Where's your crystal witchcraft predictor? I guess I could pull it up. One minute. Dun, 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 dun. 28. We can go up a little more, I think. Oh, I need to turn that off. That's the problem. Oh, we can go up a lot more. Curious. .160. I'm still worried with that indicator that I'm not entirely sure what I'm actually looking at. What's the price target for you to play full bull today? 150. Yeah, handle with caution. I agree. It looks like we're gonna test like 148 and then fail. It's a price target for you to take your shirt off. $200. So I'm really interested in what happens here. If we go back to June, how does that look? May? Okay, so it just rockets up. Oh, it falls off super hard, actually. Wait, hold on. Trying to figure something out here. Curious. So we're looking for spikes, I guess? You buy a share of GME. Like, one? No. I have an even number. I have an even number divisible by 4. Is it wise to sell shares once it reaches 180 and buy back in later? I think we drop after the split. Up to you, Kevin. You can just sell covered calls if you think that's the case, though. Right? Definitely. No, just, he's correct. 4 shares. 4. Ooh, it's trickling down. Is this where we get rejected? We're turning around now. Hmm. Same like trickle down epic economics. Is there a way to know when someone is boofing price action on GME Live? I think they're boofing some price action right now. I reset it daily at open, Yaga. How much money can someone make on 4 to 8 covered calls post split? Safely? Like $50 a call per week? Roughly. Your new indicator is confusing me. I've entered and exited 10 times since open. Untested indicator is money? I don't know what the fuck it is, honestly. It's cool. But yeah, there's no methodologies developed for using it yet. It looks like something is about to happen. I'm just not sure what. Like in the next 5 or 6 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay, I burned the DRS receipts file as you asked. Coffee is on your desk next to the JPAL blackmail letters I drafted. Cat requests we stop using the sling blade oscillator to shred their stock. Gensler's on line 2, and don't believe what Fluffy says. It's post-party jealousy. Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, we can't have evidence of the DRS receipts floating around. JPOW, try to get those shipped out by midday. Cat's doing awesome. And tell Gensler to talk to his staff. If you could, Bithead. I know you've had a busy weekend, but Fluffy will survive. It's by trying to test your upper PT. Yeah, I know. What if it breaks? It's gonna be so exciting. I mean, all they're doing here is like letting people fucking load up on calls. There it is. Well, something happened. When can we see the bolometer? Never again. Are you gonna sign the letters to JPower, or do you want Bithead to sign them on your behalf? He knows what to do. I have a wax seal that I use for all my correspondence with the Fed. It's just where his volume's super low on everything. You're correct. Up 38% on my weeklies. Sell or hold until worthless like I usually do. Entirely up to you, man. Yeah. Sir, I've got Pulte on line 6 for you. Do you believe that the market is going to melt up? If yes, then why? No, I think our economy is completely fucked. Can we have like a bear rally? Yes. There's a delay in significant economic data over the next week and a half, plus potentially better than quarter two FANG earnings, all of which could lead to a nice bull rally, although speculative, right? Like I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but don't worry, the economy didn't magically fix itself overnight. Oh, okay. We're doing more. Yeah, we're gonna do more ups. Was that 5 minutes? It was. Dork. It it tells you stuff. How will the split affect demand for CCs moving forward? Will the flood of shares make CCs less desirable, therefore making them much less expensive? If this is a dumb question, don't worry, most of retail doesn't know how to sell covered calls and they've DRS'd their shares. You're not going to have as much competition as you think. VUPS predicates VUPS. I gotta call mom. Tell me you enjoyed that picture as much as I did. That was pretty funny. No, that's a very yeah, 230 cost basis. Um Mark. You get 15. So that's if the bid drops to 215 or 210, your stop's gonna trigger your trail stop at the current bid. You should start rolling up your pant legs. I already do that when I'm sitting at my desk. Just one of them to keep my calves cool. Otherwise they overheat. Is all cat calls weighted for the dividend if you buy now? But you don't receive the dividend as a call holder. Calls don't represent ownership. The only way that happens is if there's like a special dividend. $10 to 15% over GM is 198 to 207. Is that your conservative price target for OPEX? If we get volume, which we haven't yet. You call this VUP? No. Hashtag a dick suck and ain't cheating. A dick sucking ain't cheating. Nice. I guess that depends on the other person's definition. But I support your right to be sucked. Good on you, Kendra. Yeah, we're going down. Wonder what this breaks down to, though. Does it break down to the previous resistance? We've stalled. WeBull deleted all of my support lines. Welcome to WeBull, Zakir. Do you want some important ones? So it's shares times 4, right? The split? Yeah, you'll have times 4 the number of shares. You'll receive 3 shares for every one you own. Can you check option flow? It looks pretty bullish. It does. Oh, we're stabilizing. Why did I flip this upside down? No reason to do that. The SPY breaks down hard here. Your call for 389 hit perfectly as the roof. Okay. We're putting some pressure on it. I think they're going to try to push down kind of hard here. What's interesting is the last spike, it didn't really fucking go down much. Even here, it only went down from 389 to 387. Still no fucking liquidity. Yeah, they're pushing down pretty hard right now. Whoever's sucking liquidity out of XRT. Thanks for all the help. I hope we squeeze a bit so I can degenerate amount of Tesla 3X weeklies and actually live the Ferraris or food stamps for real. Ooh. Broke? Hold on. There's still no like acceleration on it. Bithead. Dude. What the fuck, man? Thank you so much. Guys, big shout out to Bithead for donating even more memberships. For all of you that just received a new membership. Give him a big shout out and a thank you. Goodhead, thanks so much, dude.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the devil, he said. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
You just thank him, but he's effectively sabotaging the channel. I know. That's the type of viewership I attract there, right? Donated 150 memberships this morning. I know. He's very bullish right now, or bearish. I don't actually know which one. I think he's just long memberships. Can I get some feedback on my Pigeon Whale audio submission? What do I need to improve? I think the relative spikes here need to be significant. I mean, it kind of looks like they're gonna grind us out a lot today, or drop us really hard. Dork. Why don't we just accept we're right? Fear. Fear of the unknown. What's up, Dominic? Good luck on your positions today, man. The day I unload my $20 AMC CCs, bags are heavy. Wait, CCs or just calls? But if it stabilizes throughout the day, 819s, yeah, maybe. They're burning through a little bit of liquidity right now, and they're really not dropping the fucking price much. I feel like that's bullish. I know you DM'd me. I saw your DM. Using XRT for creation. Well, it's trading at a premium, which sucks ass for them. I mean, creating shares of GameStop right now above spot sucks ass for them, too. Andrew Zors, thank you for becoming a Cornishon, dude.
Cornishon.
It needs to chill. At this point, everyone should have at least 2 months of Cornishon. Can I trade membership volatility? No. No, you're not, Bean. Make sure you have gifting turned on if you want to become a member. Can we rib so I can sell these weeklies? That's not how that works. Yeah, they're pushing up pretty fast. Like illiquidity and XRT is climbing. So that should mean that they're pushing down on GME. No, wait. Illiquidity and fuck. Is this chart upside down or right side up, Dork? I'm gonna show you the picture. Ah, really? There we go. It looks like they're trying to grind out FTDs right now. Which, if that's, we should have fairly high FTDs from the ETF ones. I have a few 916V puts. Are you able to explain how they'd be affected after V earnings? Theta crush? No. You mean IV crush? I doubt that far of a dated call is going to experience a lot of, or that far of a dated option is going to experience a lot of IV crush after earnings. Um, when is Visa's earnings? Is it soon? It's this week, right? Yeah. I mean, if you get like a big spike in IV before earnings, it may be worth selling them and repositioning afterwards. Yeah, it's still grinding up, so I think they push us down for a little while here. I watched the Martin Shkreli Coors interview. Shkreli seemed legit until he started saying he sees merit in AMC, but not GME, not so much. Die a hero or live long enough to become a shill. Except he was always a shill and a convicted criminal. Right? You have different data than me, right? I have no idea. Do I? You tell me. It looks like they stopped pushing again. So, bounce soon? I'm not sure what data I have. I don't even know where the fuck to check that. I have yeah, I have NYSE ARCA. I have NYSE and I have NASDAQ. I have ARCA, NYSE, and NASDAQ. Okay. Should I buy more data? They're cheap. They're like $5 a year or some bullshit. See, what's interesting is this looks like shorting because there's no effective change with the prices dropping. Wonder if the borrow rate's going up right now. Lucky number 13 says they're going to hit at least 147 today. Okay. You read my earlier DD. I'm loaded up for the great splitting. Jakoto's with me now. Can you explain GME XRT liquidity? Is this crime? No. It's poop, though. I think time and sells for XRT says it all. Somebody's losing money today, I think. I mean, yeah. I don't think you can gift Pigeon well. It doesn't. You can only gift like the lowest membership tier. Yeah, see, this just looks like straight up shorting, right? Because look at this. This looks like the creation, and they're fucking just selling it, right? Support. Spy making similar moves. Yeah, I'm just trying to watch it as it's weighted against XRT. I could switch to XRT and Spy. Um, but GameStop's not in Spy, so I don't really know if that's worth it. Maybe Vu. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. Spy has a ton of volume, so it's probably the damp the swings. Yeah. Either they dumped like active fund pressure or they shorted into the market drop. It's hard to tell. I know utilization was really high going into this morning. Was that OPEX? We'll find out. Could be a gap fill though. IBKR bar rate up 3% since open as of 1 minute ago. Dope. Hmm. Does look like a super comfy chair. Concord. Is that being realized here? No. So they may still be pushing down here. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder how much this bounce moves us up relative. Market makers pricing up IV. Hmm. Have you entered your entire OPEX position? No, but roughly half. Good time to enter the position once we stabilize. Maybe. We're definitely consolidating here. Not the reason they happen. So gap fills happen because the market maker internalizes orders in that price range or above that price range, and they want to dump it, right? So in order to dump those internalized orders, they want the price back in that range or lower, which will have the market maker try to move the price down into that range so they can dump that internalization. It also balances their books, right? Because they're trading arbitrage essentially. And missing a chunk of price action means that they're holding a bunch of bags. Stop loss is triggered for 10% gain. Blew my cash, no margin. Tomorrow's a new day. 10% at a time is a perfectly acceptable way to make money, man. Below my stop with no trigger. If you were using a stop limit, was your limit wide enough? If it was just a stop loss, it should have triggered. Call skew looks great on shift search. Does shift search have call skew? I mean, call interest looks great. I don't know how great the skew is. You can check if anything's changed since this morning. That's not GME. No, they're not updating that till the OI is updated. Home builder confidence destroyed today's news. Like the what? The NAHB housing market index? I don't think anybody gives a shit about that. Bullish options slow in BBBY. Yeah, it is. It's moving up very slowly though. Nothing indicating like a volumetric move on I think any of the like basket stocks. So I wouldn't say they're covering today. Looks like more downside incoming. Rejected. Yeah. Rejected off 448 a little bit there. Downside or stabilization? Yeah, I'll try to let you guys know in a minute. It's hard to tell right now. Maybe it'd be better if I just look at this on like the 5-minute chart. But that kind of looks bullish. Oh. Is Rad in one of the baskets? Probably. I mean, it's a retail store. It's more healthcare exposed, so it's hard to say, but what ended up happening with the BBBY puts? About 25% of them were closed. Built a Black-Scholes calculator. It says 950 price during a run-up with max 152 IV. It goes to like $18 to $20 at underlying $200 or so. Option strat agrees. We're only $12 max in March. Oh, intraday, I think it hit higher. Like on those peak volatility spikes. The contract actually went higher than like 13. It was 1380 in March was the peak, I believe. Also, Ivy would probably go up a lot more than 152. Do you have price target for cat this week? Well, it broke out above 172, so the next really important one is here at 175.96. It's stagnating a bit. The Dow's starting to recover, though. Dow got hit a little harder by the housing sadness. Which is kind of expected. I think we're starting to look better. Maybe, yeah. Nope. Still fighting it. We gonna get some fucking volume today or what? I don't like this. I don't like the low volume. I think today tomorrow's the best chance for a run. I mean, tomorrow's T+2. Generally, Mondays, we don't run, right? For OPEX. Usually we run on Tuesday. Monday, we're usually up. Bit choppy. North America Home Builders Index. Oh no, there's a lot of call buying going on. We're just not seeing them hedge it. Remember, they have that big positive hedge already, and a lot of call interest dropped Friday. Right, GME dropped how much of its call interest on Friday? Yeah, 33.9% of its call interest on the chain dropped on Friday. So, you know, and 25% of the put interest dropped. So roughly 8% positive hedge on the market maker side needs to be filled in before we can start to really see some pressure. Was positive hedging they've hedged in excess of the requirement for the calls? Yeah, well, because 33% of the calls fell off, right? So that would mean that the market makers selling into this market right now. Remember what we discussed Saturday? How we would have these opposite forces interacting on the stock. I think we're seeing a lot of that in effect right now. You know, we're not really seeing XRT buying, so because we have no volume, right? But we are seeing the market maker kind of dumping hedge into the call buying that's going on. But if the price action remains stable and grinds, that can mean lots of opportunities for people to get in on long calls, right? And if people are doing that, you know, there's a good chance that we can move up because, you know, pricing is relatively cheap. Like IV staying pretty low. You know, even on like the weeklies, IV's only at like 140. On August, the IV's at like 115, so it's still relatively cheap. Yeah, it just bumped 2%, but why is VIX up? That's a good question. That's weird, right? Is there an equivalent to GME Jan 2023 950 calls for Docu that might be good in case of an OPEX run, but carry low risk if nothing happens? The very far out of the money don't seem to move much on Docu. No, probably not. And I don't think IV on Docu increases enough for the Vega sensitivity of this far out of the money calls to matter. What's the last day they could cover OPEX? Wednesday. Are we likely to stay on this channel for the rest of the day now? Not necessarily. For right now, I would say that we're definitely staying in this channel, but later into the day, maybe not. They're starting to put a little more pressure on it. So, you know, maybe they start to grind out some FTDs now. FTDs are high today for March or for May 31st. So, that's, I mean, that's kind of good for us, but with the market maker deleveraging, there's a decent amount of volume, which could be helping clear FTDs. Looks like we're gonna maybe start moving. I don't know. They're stuffing the breakouts. And this definitely isn't covering. I can tell you that much. What do you think of a repeat of May? Flat Monday, 7% drop Tuesday, rip Wednesday. That's possible. May 31st had so many FTDs, and that morning pressure looked just like call buying. So FTDs gonna hit later today or tomorrow AM. That morning pressure actually didn't look that much like call buying. I don't know how much of the call buying they're actually hedging right now. Remember they already had a hedge, so they didn't have to do a lot of hedging. The morning price action looks very much like arbitrage resolution from the pre-market, which was fairly significant. And a little bit of kind of just grinding out FTDs in these narrow price ranges. It's the bonus dividend thing that was all over SS. I have no idea. There's no bonus dividend. They would have to file a paperwork with the SEC to give out any other dividend. You can't give out a bonus dividend without filing the appropriate paperwork. Still feel like there's something in the thick stonk air this morning that feels like we're gonna rip faces at any moment. I will say right now it doesn't look like there's a lot of upside room, but it's slowly getting better. So the longer they grind out these FTDs and the more illiquidity they create, the more potential room we have to run. So right now we don't have a lot of room to run. If yeah, that's a good way of saying it, I think. They did it Friday. They stuffed some breakouts on Friday and a couple other times last week. Do they have until Wednesday morning bell? They have until Wednesday morning bell to place the orders. That doesn't mean that the orders are going to be settled Wednesday morning. It just means they have until then to place them. In the past, you've said options move the price. Post split with GME being more tradable. Could it be that GME moves up due to more pressure from cheaper options, or is retail too dumb? Absolutely. Actually, in all case, in most cases of forward splits on stocks, there is price improvement on the underlying, without fundamental change in the company. Right. Stocks post split tend to beat the market in the year following the split and the 5 years following that. And the reasons for that are kind of unclear. I think we could move up here potentially in like the next couple minutes. We might break. It's hard to say though. We're moving in like a really narrow range. Um, so the one thing that does change about the stock, right? Because a split is just division. It doesn't change any of the fundamentals. Is that the stock becomes far more tradable, right? And with arbitrage over time, that can lead to price realization and price improvement. So yeah, I do think so. The spreads narrow, the volatility goes up. options become much more attractive at the cheaper price because you can get more leverage for the same amount of capital. This is one of the reasons that we see like DDS is so illiquid, right? And like nobody wants to touch the fucking options chain because they're expensive, the spreads are wide, the volatility is high, but it's just not very tradable, right? I saw someone tagged you on a Reddit post discussing the BBY options chain. Looks like they're maybe trying to short. Nope, it flipped. This is weird. What does that even mean? Saw someone tagged you on a Reddit post discussing BBY option chain. If they spun off Bye Bye Baby, did you happen to see the post about options adjusted post spinoff? Did you like the take? I think I saw it. It looked dumb. Um, First of all, they've made no announcement about any intention to spin off Baby. If they do, it's not necessarily going to be spun off into a new company. It's likely to be sold. And if that's the case, you'll either be receiving equity on your shares or like a special dividend, or you'll be receiving, shares of the purchasing company in equity, right? Or as equity. Pushing up a little. We hit a new lower low, which is bullish. So I think this might break. Man, I think it's just like a lot of internalization dumping. Look at our order book. It's not even fucking moving. They've just stopped trading the stock. BBR bar rate at 5.89%. Do you think July 29, 200C is a good strike to chase if we start ripping? It's not terrible. Jimmy halting itself? Yeah, right? Yeah, it stops across like the whole basket. Like they just stop trading everything and dump internalization and then start trading again. Short? Yeah. Wait. Hold on. That drove down. This is. Let me ask Dork what this is. XRT volume on the 5-minute is really interesting. Okay, upgraded now. I have the same chart as you. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. You got them all. Well, now I want to get more. Should I get more datas? I'll buy that shit right now. Okay, cool. I got more data. And they're shorting us. I closed 25% of the puts. Sorry, guys. Keeping up with the Joneses, I say. They roll Bobby puts. Yeah, they closed about 25% of them. They didn't roll them. They rolled some out. I'd imagine that their gamma in place is effectively similar, though. Do you mention Tuesday is a common day for them to cover OPEX? They start covering at any particular time in the day. Usually in the later afternoon. So 12:30 and later is usually where we see the most volume on OPEX covering. Our chart just looks like the SPY. Yeah, I bet. I like to propose that we replace the word short with crime, aka the crimes are coming in and they're criming us back down to open. I sold all my Jimmy shares on Friday. I'll sell the split end shares as well when I get them this week. Okay. Probably about to break out of the wedge on the 1 minute. Yeah, this looks pretty bullish. Let me see. Can I do this on Bobby as well? IWM. Yeah, Bobby actually looks really good. Not quite the same as the SPY today, though. Your humor meter is broken. Oh, were you not kidding? I don't know. Are we seeing any negative hedge? Well, we're seeing a lot of call buying. So, if the was going to deleverage, I feel like we would have seen a lot of that already. What is this new indicator? It's the best way to describe it. It's interesting. It's very expensive. So there's one set that's like 100 a month, and I went ahead and didn't get. Oh, the ice futures. You don't need that. Not unless you're like gonna start trading commodities and shit. Um, Not sure why I got two of these, but let's fucking go. You guys have kept me company while founding my nonprofit. Thanks, Gurk and GME fam. GME to Uranus. Thanks, Buckle Up, Jen. Everyone say hi to Buckle Up, Jen. Would you consider selling CCs on BBY if you had a pretty low cost basis? Yeah. I would probably wait till after OPEX, but I definitely would. Have you factored in the FOMO from all the geniuses who thought they'd get free divvy shares after selling theirs, who then buy back higher as we rip? I have not. Don't tell him he's a market maker. I it's it's hard to describe it without getting into like complex shit that I don't want to explain about entropy. Cal looking alive again. Nice. Starting to. How do you determine whether to set stops or just average down calls? I mean, technically bailing and re-entering's usually smarter. The reason you would average down is either you have a lot of time till expiration and your thesis is not yet realized, like if you're buying calls for a specific move in the future and you get a cheaper entry or something like that, that would be an opportunity to average down. Even this could be considered like an opportunity to average down, although I don't know how you'd have calls much more expensive than our current price unless you just bought them on the test earlier, at like 148.50. I was right about us getting rejected on 148 though. That was kind of interesting. You still looking at spy calls today or tomorrow? I'm pretty sure I already got stopped out of my spy calls. Spy drilling. Yeah, spy failed that test at 389. Not looking as strong now. It's not unstable. I mean, I don't think it's like seems to be holding 387 to the downside, which is good going into tomorrow. What do we got? Big spike in July 22s, and then that died, and then July 29s, August, and okay, this is on balance delta. August 19s sold off hard. Calls are selling off, tread lightly. Interesting. I agree. I think we're gonna move down. We have quite a lot of range to move up, which could push us back to like 140. Maybe even like 136. But they're not, I don't know, they're like not pushing back, right? Like there's room there for them to move us down, but they're not doing it. Why would they be selling calls? It's a good question. Mm. It's like well, see, JFresh, I see like the call sell off, but it was mostly on this drop. If anything, I'd say they're building up a little bit as we stagnate. How far behind is this? This is like 10:30. So right around here. Or 10:20-ish. I don't think they could tank us. I don't think they have enough liquidity to tank us down to $1. As a matter of fact, it looks like they're really running out of like any liquidity at all. So this kind of prints like end of day Friday, we have this like big spike, right? And this is like where we started tracking the indicator before our move up. And then, this moved down. And that was our big rally into the end of the day. And then we opened today, like up here. And this move down was our rally this morning. Right. And then, I'm just kind of tracing this. So it looks like, they're going to try to push up, which means push us down. So like if this rises, that would be, increased liquidity in GameStop. But it's not very, they're not having a lot of success. And so right now we have like a series of lower highs. They keep trying to push, but like it's not, they're not able to break out higher and get like that extra liquidity. This is the, yeah, I know this is the SPY, but I was tracing the graph from TradingView. I think if we break to a newer high though, like that would be indicative of them starting to get a hold of some liquidity and could mean some downside. Yeah, I know you can't see what I'm drawing on. That's kind of intentional. I can try to crop left 200. You can see there. It's weird. It's like the shorting. I guess the shorting's coming from the SPY, but no, I don't know where it's coming from. They're definitely shorting, or people are selling here. But the liquidity is drying up, so who would sell before a 4-to-1 split? I have no idea. I mean, there's people that still think they'll receive the dividend now that they've held through today. Other people sell the stock, not just retail, right? Is Pelosi selling? BBBYTA. What about it? BBY actually looks fine. I don't want to be too concerned with this. It failed, which isn't good, but it recovered really quickly. Okay, that's good. Now, yeah, now we're moving back down towards the 0 line. See? And so we have some range to move up. I mean, not a lot, but a little. Like it could move back down to here. And that would be an upside move. There's just not a lot of room, right? What is this new devilry? Don't worry about it. So does the price change after the split due to regular trading, or is it auto recalculated to 1/4 the pre-split price? It's automatically calculated to 1/4 of the pre-split price. KF-tunes. Express up 9%. Thanks, Tyler. What happens if GME America is real and they do a spin-off? What would happen to the GME ticker? What do you mean they do a spin-off? Like they create another company that you have equity in? Or they turn GME into a different company? It would just change the ticker. Like Facebook did that with Meta, right? It doesn't do anything. Good morning, Pickle Man. Super busy with work, not trading this week or most of last, but swing a single BA call over the weekend. 79,258. This morning, not much, but it's honest work. Nice, dude. Glad to see you, Windmill. Need a repeating quiet background chant while you commune with an indicator. Yeah, sorry about that. There's just no strength in these moves at all, or volume. Nordstrom's up 7%. Chill. Thanks, Carl. Is the pre-split price based on today's close, or the 21st? What? The close of the day before the effective date. Actually, the after hours price of the day before the effective date. Jimmy falling wedge on the 1 minute. Yeah, descending wedge. Any thoughts on American Eagle? Is it still a possible basket play? I think so. The problem with the other basket plays is that, like, we don't know, like, we really don't know how much, interest there is on those, right? Like, we know when they're doing the strategy, GameStop is a key component of it, you know, and some of the other ones are a little more volatile. The rest, you know, the amount of exposure on them is negligible generally. Is this price action just me selling calls? It could be, Carl. Ooh, that's interesting. Are we gonna leg it down? Well, that would be up. It's inverse, so we might get some volume here in a second. It's pulling back. Ooh. Exciting. Let's see. I don't really know if you can do TA on illiquidity. Looks like it's trying to move up hard, but they're stuffing it somehow. Oh. There it goes. Let me shave your head. No. You just want to shave my head because you're jealous of my hair. Carl, be honest. You want to take all my hair and put it in a little envelope and then take it home and put it on top of your head. Best to hold all week, as today is the record date and Friday is the divvy date, but have to be sure it is in your account. What? When it's this low, it's useful to look at it in logarithmic view. I think I am in log. Wait, do you have to change the indicator to log? How the fuck do you do that? Show me the goodies. Right click the indicator scale and select. Oh. Oh, awesome. Wait, that makes it upside down, right? Inflation. Not upside down, just really sensitive to downside moves. Oh, okay. Well, on this on the log chart, it looks quite bullish. Like very bullish. Like this shit's trying to break out hard. No, I wouldn't shave off my hair to shampoo Lowers. AMD looking good. GSAT breaking out. How come there's such huge BBBY bids? I don't know. I'm good at indicators. Maybe I can take a look. You can fuck off, Stefan. Keep your little grubby hands to yourself. RSS right now. Ooh, crime. See, it is. It really is trying to break out. It's very compelling. Go look at your own indicators, all right? Why would they be dropping IV? Are they? I don't think IV's dropped that much. Oh, that's weird as hell. I feel like there's some fucking room for us to run really hard here. This is beautiful. We're looking at the same thing. Look at this shit. It looks way more bullish on the fucking log chart. Stefan just said he's ordered a VWAP hat and he's starting a competing channel. Whatever. BBY break, but low volume, no conviction, just out of range. BBBY still looks really good. I think BBBY is actually going to break out. I think it's about to see a little bit more conviction. Jimmy's looking so bullish. We just got a new low. Look at this shit. Boom. lower low. Volume? Ooh, reversal. Pumping the brakes. I try to make BBY look attractive this week. Yeah, that's what it is. You're gonna feel really bad when it turns out Stefan is DFA and he's just been testing for you for a year. He's definitely not. I doubled down on my BBY last week through CSPs being executed. Was paid $46 premium per contract and it was $5 strikes. I'm pretty jacked. That's kind of awesome, actually. So you got your shares for around 454. That's not bad. What is the indicator that you're looking at on TradingView? It's our entropy model. Energy being returned to the system. Yeah. It looks like there could be quite a lot of energy returned to the system right now. Possibly rapidly. They creating and abating? Maybe. I have 4K cash, but I'm already in OPEX plays. Is this what risk management is? Have I actually learned something about risk and controlling greed? Maybe. Stefan wants to learn so badly. Unfortunately, he can be a bit much. Yeah. That's true, Roaring Kitty. But it's okay. I mean, he's kind of like that kid who always like raises his hand really fiercely in class. And like the teacher like ignores them so they can ask one of the like dumber students the question. You know what I mean? And I was that kid once. So I get it. Just need to spy to press 389 again, and we'll get some help to kick things off a bit. Okay, we're about to like move hard, I think. This shit's starting to move quick. It's so weird that like Doric, like yeah, you know what's weird? It's like the acceleration of it is seems to be what matters, not like the that's why I want like the 30-second time frame or like the even the one tick because I could see how fast it's accelerating across like the candles with more data points so it stops like giving me false readouts. Do you have the cool autism? I don't know. I don't what's that? How come all of my GME Twitter fake friends are like normal people and my AMC fake friends are all really hot chicks? I don't know. Move quick in which direction? I'm gonna load up on weeklies. I think we're gonna break out to the upside. It's like building a lot of pressure right now. They keep trying to stabilize it, but I don't think they're succeeding. And if we do, it could be like a A big move. Like a $3, $4 move. Maybe more. Although our low end's not that low. That's July. At like 3.5 on Friday. We can move to 0. Make the first derivative of your model to look for acceleration. Maybe. Well, hopefully that's the volume we were looking for. I'll say, like, if you look, see, like, it jumped down super hard. Oh, that's like way offset. This whole leg down right here happened over like one candle, and we haven't even moved yet, right? So I think this is going to be realized on GME any second. Realize me. XT equals V divided by T equals A. Let's see if I can figure that out. We just solved GME. You have a French mouse in your pocket? Does EPAM have longer term potential? Yeah, I think it really does. If the war ever ends in Ukraine. Look at this, predicting the future. Fuck this, I'm quitting the stream. Dork, let's go make money. Let's go, Pax. Work keeps getting in the way of tuning in as much as I'd like, but thanks to the continued education, you sorcerer of lines, shapes, and charts. Thanks, C-Pizzle. Can you predict when I'm gonna get laid next? I don't know. How many calls do you have for this week? Friday? Yeah, let's see Astro's fucking sling blade algo guy do this shit. Mm-hmm. What subscription gets you access to that thing? A hefty donation into a hedge fund. Dear God. Oh, and you have to lick Dork's toes. That's part of the admission requirements. Hold on, they're stuffing it now, right? So we fucking maxed out, we tap 0. And now they're trying to kill the move. See how it accelerated back? See the crazy shit it does? Oh, going up again? I don't know. No, they're trying to stuff it. But look how much they have to pull back for that. Please send this Ko-Fi to Dork also. Hold on. Also, good work, Dork. All the hard work you did is paying off, more so than it did before. This is fucking awesome. What's the indicator plot? I'm not gonna tell you. The indicator in trading view for everyone asking is called infinite money glitch by gherkin. Well, they tried to stuff it, and I think they're failing. So more upside, maybe. I'll let you know if there's any more moves. Free Dan jobs for life for access to the indicator. No. Can it go negative? If not, how can we run hard if that was 0? Can't can't it go negative? Or can it go negative? No, it can't. But it's more the acceleration of the move than it is anything else. Like it doesn't necessarily mean price action, right? I think we're going to get another big chunk of volume here. You were tempted, don't lie. Not even a little bit. Have you tried it on other ETFs? Yeah, I don't know. Its use case scenario is probably kind of limited because of the specificity of the picking the underlyings, but it's very interesting. Anyway, bring up back to 151. Good question. Wonder if that was like a dark pool dump, just because of how quick it came in. Yep, that's that's a lot. Is this pod racing? It's a thing. I think we're setting up for some running, some like serious running. This looks very good. Just sold CCs. Perfect timing. Let's fucking go. Yeah. Any indication of covering? Maybe a small amount of covering, not a lot though. We still don't have any fucking volume. Ryan Cohen bought more baby? When? No, he fucking didn't. Ko-Fi missed. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of Theta, I will fear no evil, for Gurkart with me. Thy calves and thy wizard indicator, they comfort me. Thank you, Willie. This is some OPEX shit right here. Yeah, I think we're about to make another hard move up. At least equivalent to the previous leg. So like $2-3. It depends on how fast this accelerates. It needs a lot of tuning. Shirts off at 150? No. I mean, it looks like directionally they're covering liquidity in both assets. So, this looks like covering. Is buying an OPEX position right now chasing? I don't know. What do you think? Well, remember that if someone's buying GameStop, options have no effect on that, right? Shirts off at 151 then? No. I'm just concerned there's no significant volume. I agree. Jimmy hot or not? Please tell me what options to buy and when to sell them. No, Carl. I won't do it. VWAP on BBBY showing a sharp snap down, although price and EMA aren't doing anything interesting. Bad data or indicative of something. 152? No. I already said earlier, 200 or no, or the shirt stays on. BBBY. BBY still has a little more room to go. Not a lot, but a little bit. Philly exchange won't know what hit him. Are we sussin or bussin? I think we might be bussin a little bit. Hold on. Hard push down? Or is that up? Something. Volume. Couple minutes. I don't know what direction. I want to say trend shifted, so down, but it's hard to say because it looks like the sell volume's getting boofed. This is me humbly waving the white flag and respectfully asking for you to unban me. You've got to be shitting me, right? After all the paid hate messages? James Ellers, shirt removal fund. James, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Just so you know, that money would have been better spent on GameStop. But thank you so much, dude. If you wanted to get us closer to me actually removing my shirt. Koala for pigeon whale. There aren't any GME single stock ETFs yet. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. Someone put their shirt removal fund. Okay, it's not when I get $200. It's when Jimmy hits $200. We're pulling back. Hold on. I guess I'll just watch that for price improvement. I think we're about to get like another big leg up. Lance Bass, shirt removal fund. Thank you, Lance Bass. I hate watch you because it's my kink. Ubu senpai. This is me arrogantly waving the black flag and disrespectfully telling you to keep banning Koala Hugger. Thank you, Mirror Universe Koala Hugger. Asking for a shirt off prematurely is like asking for Guybrush or Sanjeet. They arrive when they're supposed to. I mean, the shirt off arrives if I clear $1 million, which isn't going to happen for a while. Peter B, let me ask my wife. That's not how it works, Carl. How much money would you want to live comfortably? All of it. Here's $5 to the Keep the Shirt On fund. You're so full of shit, Velvet. Hard move. Volume. We're gonna get volume. Free Gherk's nipples. Thank you, Ryan Player. They're perfectly free and unrestrained already. She said yes, so it looks like you have to now. 2K likes on the stream. Can we get shirtless Gherk? No. Win 69 shirt off. Jesus Christ. There's buy pressure coming in, but they're like internalizing it. Oh, this is a big move. Ready? It's gonna happen. Come on. That was a lot of volume. Give it to me. Internalize all of it, you fucks. This is me confusedly wearing the gray flag and nonchalantly asking you to neither ban or unban Koala Hugger. Thanks, Koala Snugger. $159, I'll take my shirt off at work. $1,000? Where is it? Internalizing? How are you doing? I'm concerned with how ridiculously bullish people are already, that they've purchased entirely too many weeklies despite your warnings. I fully agree with your statement. Also, intraday cup and handle. Dan Yeet. Pretty sure this is the fake squeeze. Stay alert. What the fuck are you talking about? Fake squeeze? Believe me, they're doing everything in their power right now to not let the price break up. And it's going to anyway. Hard. That looks quite hard. I think we're gonna break out now. Wait, what happened? That's the wrong stock. Go back. There we go. Here comes the volume. Ready or not. What makes you so bullish today? It's a good question. Don't forget to trade because you're having fun. I haven't. I have stops. I'm alright. More volume? Ooh. Very volatile. Lots of acceleration. XRT's up 3.4%. This feels like OPEX. If you look at the show gradient components, you'll see it flipping right now. Show gradient components? Where's that? I don't know how to do that. This does look like OPEX. And it looks like covering, but they're really trying to stop it from breaking out. I don't think they're going to be successful here. How are your OPEX entries looking? Phenomenal. Duh. We got Hinkanashi. Yeah, I already know that. I'm using that. I think SPY will break. I think GME will. SPY. It's coming up, but it's got a ways to go, and 389 is a pretty hard resistance. Jimmy doesn't give a fuck. New intraday high. Oh, that was a big move. Did you see that, Dork? Okay, I don't have any of these options on my indicator. I don't know. Am I using like I think I'm using the old version. Ugh. One ragtag. Who knows? Enjoy it while it lasts, though. Acceleration stop. This be a lot of the ETF FTDs coming in around now. Maybe. Yeah, we could be seeing the settlement of that. What's your prediction for the upcoming weeks and OPEX T+2? Nothing yet. We haven't run. More buy pressure, it looks like. This is a hotly contested price point right here. I know you're a shill. If you're looking for Jimmy and Moon, I can tell you I don't have money, but what I do have is a fractional share DRS. If you DRS your shares, that'll be the end of it. I will not troll you, but if you don't, I will look for you. I will, and I will boof you. Thank you, Liam Neeson's DRS account. Um, good for you and your fractional boofing. What would it take for GME to be put on reg show? 5 consecutive trading days of fails in excess of 0.5% of the shares outstanding. Ooh, more acceleration. I think it means more ups. Let's see those golden nectar nips. Here it comes. Ooh, it's pushing. It's pushing again. Trying to stuff it. Trying to stuff it hard. What's gamma max now? 180. Oh fuck, there we go. That thing just like flipped and went hard. It just went hard in the paint. Gotta go fast. What are you looking at? Tech? Roses are red, violets are blue. If you take your shirt off, we will love you. Riku. Thank you, Dangerous Dan. Riku to you too, sir. How's it finally picking DFV back up? Great. Means we should get a breakout. Another one. Like another leg up. I don't know. It's flipping back and forth pretty hard right now, which is kind of like them trying to stuff the price action. But if the price action, if it accelerates again to a higher level, then I think we'll see more volume come in. So like right now it's doing just like this. It's like chopping. But it keeps breaking up and down. So it's like the order volume's coming in, but then they're stuffing it. Is it too late to get into July 29th calls? Not necessarily. Is the moon really made of cheese? We'll find out. I wonder how many people you need following an indicator to make it self-fulfilling. I mean, you'd probably need a much smaller cap company. There's a very large pickle. For his wisdom, he never asked for a nickel. We asked when moon, he replies OPEX soon, but Lady VWAP remains ever so fickle. A little push here to the downside. Lots of out of the money calls coming in on Bobby. It's not XRT. It's not RSI at all. What's DFE's cost basis? Super fucking low. Ooh, bounce. A scale of 1 to 10, how stressed do you think the folks at the MM's trading desk might be? Probably fine. How about you just roll up your sleeves for now? Shirt fully off at 200. My sleeves are... It's a short sleeve shirt. After Feb no packs, my options account was down to 300. Thanks to you sharing so much knowledge, I crossed 30k unrealized gains. Ready to lock it in at signs of trouble. Thanks, Pickle Man. Fuck yeah, burnt cheese offering. Good job, dude. How will all the CCs he sold since double down super low? Oh yeah, I mean if he's been selling covered calls this whole time, his cost basis is probably below 0. Hold on, I think they're gonna try to short. Uh, why is that retracting? Ooh, big volume. And stuffed. Big volume again. I say this much, stopping this price action is taking quite a bit of work on their part. They want to cover in a lower range. 95,000 shares available to borrow still. We should go up a bit the day before OPEX. This price action's bullish, right? Yeah, I mean, obviously it's bullish. We're up like $5 or $6 on the day. Kirk hedge funded C plus 35. Bounce. I got a new kitty this weekend. Oh, cool. Is Jimmy gonna be on Reg Show after this? Very unlikely. Can you go back now versus a historical period and see how hard they're trying to stuff it down? Pretty hard. I mean, this is equivalent to like the July like 7 through 8 period and the amount of like volatility in the indicator. Or even like kind of like the, let's see if it looks similar to like May OPEX. I can't go back that far. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, we could move up pretty hard if this keeps going. Doesn't it seem like they're stuffing the price action on a shorter time frame each time? I guess so. Seems relatively similar. Wonder if I should be out. Like, what if I look at like the 3-minute? Hmm. All right. No, why do you keep asking if Jimmy's going to be on Reg Show? Why would it be on Reg Show? I think they'll do everything they can to keep the price in check till Friday post split price. They're hoping the poor apes that can't do math will sell when they see 4x share counts. It's possible. We did see like a weird number of XRT puts rolled forward to this Friday last week, which is kind of interesting. Why fight price improvement when it benefits them to let it run? Who says the ones benefiting from it running are the ones fighting it? Doesn't the daily chart look like it's ready to break up? Yeah. Or get rejected. I mean, it could be either one, really. It's kind of like at resistance, right? Using 20% stops, roughly. It depends which contract. Hold on, still no volume on this, though. Don't chase mouse with options. That's what shares are for. Girk Pure Wisdom. Made a small profit on AMD calls this morning. You deserve the credit. Accept this small homage. Oh, shit, dude. Thank you so much, Chief Lukewarm Water. I appreciate it, man. Congrats on your play. Good job, man. Thank you so much. Still not seeing any, like, acceleration. We're moving up, though. Do you set trailing stops? No, I use stop limits. Right now, I just have them set at break even. Independent of this OPEX, this new indicator is very exciting for the streams of the future. Seems like a valuable tool. Did Dork build it? Yeah. How long can they hold internalized orders, buffed shares? Boofed? Boofed shares? I mean, indefinitely? It's expensive, but I don't know who that is. Is it all the reg show bots? The economic factors associated with GME will inevitably beget MOASS and ultimately pave the way for a potential GME price per share in the millions. Whoever wrote that's a fucking moron. Is it true to become a successful trader, I need to disassociate with money and think about profits purely as a metric for how many ice cream sandwiches I can buy with realized tendies? Yes. And we're starting to get some acceleration again. You're basically looking for 10 plus million volume day. Are we on track for that? Currently, no. We haven't had like a volumetric breakout at all. We're at 1.5 million volume right now. I'd be looking for a significantly larger amount of volume to consider this like an OPEX run. Seeing this OPEX attitude in my own FUD and June losses. More cycles, please. Hopefully. I mean, if liquidity remains tight, why not? Is the stop on a stop limit seller on WeBull triggered by the ask price? Only info I can find from WeBull only references market price. It's the mid. Charlie Guy Manson. Do we not think the OPEX run will be tomorrow? I mean, it can be tomorrow or Wednesday. This is good. Being up today is very beneficial. If no major price improvement by Thursday, would you cut your OPEX positions? I mean, yeah, they're already up. Even my fucking 150s from Friday are up. Where's JFresh at? I want to put catnip on his butt and make him spaz out. Yeah, I don't like trailing stops on GME. I like them on other options, but not on GameStop. Too volatile. What percent of the volume today is delta hedging? Good question. Take a look. 108% of it. Why, you ask? Well, that's because the options traded exceed the current volume on the exchange. Also, very likely, we have a high amount of dark pool interest at 52.8% of the total volume. We're going to move back to zero. We're going to move really far. Some more volume spikes. I'm up 25% on my 150 weeklies. Should I bail or diamond hand? Up to you. This is where the part about being a good trader comes into play. Can you follow a trend or not? Tell me they're boofing without telling me they're boofing. Oh, they're boofing a bunch. Dork. Tons of boofing going on right now. They've spread them wide and they're just packing in as much as they can. My TradingView EMAs are in factors of 30 units also. What's a good resource for learning strategies to hedge losses? Practice and paper trading? I mean, like, specifically what kind of hedging? There's a lot of different types of hedging. The days of just being gay with my dad are over. Now we're both gay with green weeklies. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, Tyler. Congratulations on your weeklies. Ooh, volume? I think we're about to get some more volume. That was a big move. Like a big consistent move. Where is it? It's coming. I saw it happen. Besides the expense, does boofing have a limit? No, not really. It's accelerating even more. Is this shit gonna print to tape or what? There's a little bit of it. If internalization was illegal, this indicator would be way better. I mean, it might be even more amazing because it isn't. Because you can see how much they're internalizing in real time. That volume's still there. Ooh, big move. Huge fucking move. Hard breakout? Holy fuck. It almost went back to 0 in like 3 ticks. And stuffed? No fucking way. That was so much. 2,500 shares. Show the indicator. Well, if I do, you can't see the price. It went from like where it's at right now, like all the way down, like that. And then it locked there, and then it snapped back up. Oh, it did it again. It's doing it again. Look. It's signaling. Where's my fucking volume? Give it to me, Kenny, you bitch. Look how hard it moved down. That's gonna print so hard. See, you can watch them like stuff it. See them stuffing the breakout? It keeps pushing through, but they're really trying to keep it from happening. Is the spread like really wide or something right now? Oh, the fucking ask side of the order book's like empty. Interesting. I think we'd all understand better if we describe the formula the indicator uses. Yeah, it's called go fuck yourself. All right, then keep your secrets. It's doing more. It's snapped like all the way back. See how we're just like not trading shit though? That's what's so fucking crazy. Deleting volume from the order books. I mean, yeah, they're internalizing order flow. Thanks, innocent Ingrid. You're expecting a move tomorrow or Wednesday? I'm expecting more volume tomorrow or Wednesday. When will the levies break? I mean, the pressure's there. We'll see. They can't just fucking hold it off forever. What do you say? There's a time correlation between the indicator moves and the realized moves of the underlying. The indicator moves in advance of the underlying, but it's the time it moves in advance is not consistent because they internalize order flow. Do dark pools have to print the same day? Unless they're foreign. Yeah, they usually settle in the same day. Can the contract price ever reach the share price? Yeah, it can. It can exceed the share price. It can show, yeah, it can also be showing XRT do stuff with other baskets. Okay, so they broke down the ask a little bit, so maybe now they can stack the book. See how they like dumped like this big print here, like 2,500 shares at the mid? Okay. So what's shorting gonna look like? My indicator says big downward moves right now. Yeah, I don't see a big downward move yet. A little bit of acceleration on this. So they're going to short it, but I don't know how much room they have. Has anyone tried asking them nicely to externalize the order flow instead? How does shorting an ETF affect the underlying? It doesn't. You short the ETF and then you create shares of the underlying assets and then you sell the underlying asset. This is basically us getting fucked over in real time. Yeah. All right, a little more volume on this. Push back down to like the EMA 60 here. It's not a lot of volume. RSI and the 3 are looking nice. Cool. What is Jan 950 is no longer a good IV play? Would you have to start looking further dated? Soon, actually. Soon they won't be a very good IV play. They're already starting to get a little worse. You can just move closer to the money, though. It's like they're trying to short, but there's so little liquidity to short with. So you see the like the indicator is accelerating, right? But then like it's moving far more with the short position than it does with like the long. It'll turn and move like that much and will snap back $1, right? But like this whole move on the short side will be like negative 50 cents. And they're pushing hard as fuck right now. Look at this. This entire like move up has been on this drop from from the low here. But we've barely moved in price. Meanwhile, this right here, that drop down moved us up like $2. It's interesting. It's taken a lot of effort to bring the price down. Or even just stabilize it. Yeah, I have 1.65. The line indicator isn't inverse price action. It's like GME XRT liquidity as it moves from one to the other. Nope, they're already failing. And see, it's turning back around. So this is like a turnaround point. So this can completely, this like sideways movement you're seeing can completely flip price direction. I think there's better ways of telling. Ooh. GME about to get really liquid. I hope you're flipping weeklies on us. Got stuff going on. Don't worry about it. I got stopped on a couple of contracts. Is there a way to buy back in right away, or do I need to wait for those funds to settle to not risk a GFE? Here's the deal. If you buy back in right away, you'll have to wait for till tomorrow to sell those contracts, or you'll get a GFE. Did you suggest to get out of 950s and reposition? No. All right, it's turning around. They're out of like liquidity to short. I think this is gonna be slow, but it looks good. I'm expecting a move tomorrow or Wednesday, is that correct? I'm expecting more volume tomorrow or Wednesday. Did you say really liquid or real illiquid? Their ability to short is becoming less liquid. GameStop is becoming more liquid, which may mean that we see an internalization dump. Serious question. If Kenny offered you 5 million to stop streaming, would you abandon us? No. What about 10 million? Maybe. The best way to support Dork is by blowing up the Tootsie Roll options chain. You explain why you like Hankanashi candles more. I like the smoothing effect, especially on illiquid stocks that are gappy. Ooh, Dork, you see that? I was getting ready to do a thing, man. we're so what we're watching is the flow of energy from one pool of liquidity to the other and vice versa. So you can only remove so much like energy from a system before you create a vacuum. And then when the energy goes back in, it moves back in quickly, right? Yes, we're measuring the recce of the stock. Liquidity chakras unlocking. Is Dork just a guy from BlackRock? Shh. I got a free month subscription. Very happy and thanks. I think thank Bithead. He's definitely the one who hooked you up with it today. Stick to stocks, not thermodynamics. No. It's a level 2 chaotic system, Carl. I think we're getting ready for another move. It's it's trying. This positioning looks particularly good if it breaks. So liquidity back into GameStop. Full bull in 80 cents, you promised. Didn't I do that Friday? Here we go. No. Just move it. It's just sitting still. Thanks for agreeing to share the indicator with pre-existing pigeon whales only. Not sure why this has member chat has said 7 months for 3 months in a row, but whatever. We won't tell Stefan that you're sharing the indicator per your request. Level 0 chaotic system. Same like behind the Wendy's dumpster after a mass danning. Ooh, it ticked up. It finally fucking moved. They're gonna allow some volume to print. No. Can you confirm that I'll get a split if I buy more shares today? I mean, today, you know that the ex-dividend date ends today at market close, but you'd get them if you bought tomorrow, too. Don't tell the chat that this is just measuring how many Dans are reading at the stock. I'll try not to. We'll keep it on the DL. I'm in Rwanda. This may be the first time this song ever plays here. Please let the price at 150 so that an entire region of the world can know the glory of this stonky hymn. All right, Amy Lewis. Ooh. Which EMA ribbon increments you liking more and why? You know my TradingView ribbons are in increments of 30 also, Stefan, right? It's ticking up. This is good. See how you see it like move and then it snaps back when they fucking internalize or, you know, short the breakout? Ooh, there you go. Little tickle. Of course, I had this indicator years ago. I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, you can tell they're really trying to keep it from going past. Oh. But it's doing a thing. Ko-Fi censored me. Somewhere Hedgie is trading shares and watching your stream to see the effect it has on this indicator. You know what? You're right, Dork. All right, what did you say, Jean-Claude? Oh man, it even censored it from me. Thanks for sticking to the indicator and the only Dans. This is why you're the best daddy. Yeah, but see, so like in this position, they're caught with asymmetric risk, right? So this needs to resolve, and the only way to resolve it is to let liquidity flow. But I guess they position probably around the liquidity dump first, and then they just drop it. Like it's starting to accelerate a little bit now. Ooh, there was a bunch. Now want to maximize leverage. Weekly's time. I mean, up to you. Consolidation's good. IV's kind of low right now. With the split, will one share be replaced with four, or will we get 4 extra shares for every one we have? You'll get 3 extra shares for every one you have. I feel like there should be a sticky stating if the price of the stock hasn't split yet and you purchase shares, you'll get the additional shares. Yeah, I've said that a bunch now. I'm kind of tired of saying it. Now I just sort of want to see what happens. Like if people are like stupid enough to just not buy shares for the next 3 days, or alternatively, if they're dumb enough to sell their shares. And then like I can't wait for Friday for people to be like, I didn't get my 3 shares. What the fuck? Did you see the stock reaching the $80-$90 range or equivalent after the split? You know what 80-90 is after the split, right? That's like fucking $360-$400. 380? No, 320 to 4 like 320 to 360. I mean, someday. Bar rate on BBY up to 6.2. Cool. I should check that out on this too. Yeah, they're kind of like stuffing BBBY price action right now. It does look like it can still move, but they're stuffing it a bit. Fakui, the duelists that fight me, I am immortal. Thank you, Me6. You've been a true compatriot. What if that what if that's what happens and you didn't sell, just didn't get the shares? That's not what happens. This feels a lot different than June OPEX because you're more excited. And shorting? No. A little bit. And they failed at that too. So they can't short, they can't run it. This is interesting. It looks bullish on the 5-minute. I mean, it looks bullish on the 1-minute. It's just nothing's happening, right? They're just like locked in. Like this has to break. Ooh, there's some acceleration, but it doesn't look like it's good for us. Whisper at it, tickle it or something. I'm trying my best here, Secure. Like, is this relative move like this? Like this? Like I saw some movement, and then we get this print, but it's like that much movement for like 2,000 shares. Ooh, big push. Big pushies. And it reverted. So that was them trying to short, I guess. And that's a lot of acceleration. Okay, so it just fell off really hard. even harder. Like trying to get it back to 0. When you say acceleration, what do you mean? I mean, it means that like volume's gonna come in. It looks like they're trying to short it. Oh no, my paper gains. Now it's like retracing and pulling back. It's hard to tell directionally. So I think that's what we saw happen, this dump. But immediately upon that dump printing, it reversed, so I don't know if, directionally, I don't really think this tells us like up or down. I think like once it's in a trend, then the acceleration of movement within that trend determines if we're going to continue up or continue down. Right now, it looks like they pushed really hard down, and they're trying to continue pushing down. They have a little ways that they can push it, I think. About a 30-second delay. Yeah, sometimes it's a little more. Or see where it gets confusing is like we'll see like a big move on the indicator, and then the indicator will like snap back to the original position, and then it'll move again, and then snap back. And I think this is where they're like stuffing it. Like they're stuffing the volume. Whoever's getting liquidity out of XRT. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes entropy. How much longer are you giving BBY to make a run before dumping the August calls? Like middle of this week, towards the end of this week. Okay, so it looks like they failed at the same point that they failed at shorting earlier at 11:49, which was where? Right here? So this time around, they couldn't get any liquidity beyond that point, or any liquidity beyond that point. No stops, and I'm assuming call buying coming in. We reverse trend though. So now if we get some velocity, I think we go up. We're not getting any big moves though right now. The liquid point is around 147.87. I think it's more that they can't get any more volume. I don't really, I mean, the price point, I guess, is relative. to where we're trading, but I don't think this is really indicative of the exact price that it's occurring at. It's important to keep track of what XRT is doing volumetrically and time and sales too. I have it open, but it's on a much, like, time and sales on XRT is on a bigger delay. They can't get any volume, so DRS is working. It really doesn't have anything to do with DRS. They can't get volume out of the ETF, right? You can't DRS ETF shares. I can do it too. It's not quite the same. We are outperforming the SPY. Some acceleration. I know. Totally understand that not sharing the inner workings of the new model, but the effort to build it and sharing the outcomes is awesome. It's so much the entire team has pulled it together. It's pretty mind-boggling. It makes the stream even more exciting. Holy shit, Pragmatic. Thank you so much, dude. That's fucking awesome, man. I appreciate that, really. It's been a long year. We'll see. It's very compelling. I think a lot of methodology needs to be developed. I think a lot of fine tuning. Interesting. Why do you think it's so dire for them? I don't, but it's so much effort just to do such a simple thing, right? Like, if it wasn't difficult for them, why wouldn't they just buy a shitload of put gamma like they did on BBBY and just crush the price, right? Right now, dork indicators seem like tea leaves. Yeah, but compelling tea leaves. I can be green. I can be green. We'll see. I mean, this isn't T plus 2, first of all. Volume is low, though. It could be. I mean, there's definitely a potential for this to be like a Freg's day. Harder for them to pull off a Freg's day when we're up, and they don't have a deferral this week, so the MM can't be as loose with their hedging. The longer this takes to break 150, the more credence we have to give to critical margin theory. The fuck we do. Ooh, there's a nice little bump. Where's that going? Nope, retraced. See how they like stuffed that? It's fucking nuts. Do we still have the looming positive hedge on MMs that can be dropped at any moment? I mean, they're not going to drop it if people are buying calls. Like, if the call volume fills back in, they may have to hedge more, right? So, you know, like, here's their hedge. Here's call volume into Friday. And then this is this morning, right? So then call volume picked up this morning and then fell off. And their hedge is likely still up here, right? So, you know, the call volume has to pick up to a point where, you know, they need to hedge more. It is picking up, but it's slow. Not like, yeah, the call put ratio doesn't look very strong. It was slightly bullish this morning. How much volume are you looking for OPEX? A lot. More than this. You know, like, this is the same shit they try to do during OPEX. But they're unsuccessful because the amount of volume that's generated. So that's why during OPEX we get so many breakouts on those, like, hard upside moves. Freg's Day gives me PTSD and I didn't even lose any money. Big ups with Tuesday and OPEX coming in. We'll see. Upside moves, same like finding liquidity levels. Yeah, I think that's, I mean, that's what they're trying, that's what we're seeing here as it like binds up in these small ranges, is they're just trying to find liquidity without affecting price movement a lot. That's not entropy swaps. Borrow rate on Jimmy went down 1.5%. Okay. They're really, I mean, and they're really trying to keep the 150 OI out of the money too, right? 150 OI for this week is at 2500 already, 2400 already. For next week it's at 900, and then for August 19th it's at 1800. So there's quite a lot of open interest at 150, which they probably don't want to hedge, right? Because they probably don't have a hedge for that level in place. That would cause them to have to hedge upwards. Critical margin is fiction. Yeah, it's complete bullshit. You can't just draw a line and assume that that's fucking how margin is calculated across the entire market. It's not even an accurate line. They've fucking moved it like 15 times. In November, they were like, oh, we can't cross 180. That's the point at which they get margin called. And then we went up to 250 and no one got fucking margin called. They did the same shit in March. They're like 180, that's it. Or 160 it was, I think, at the time. It's just dumb. It's so dumb. It's almost as bad as when they misread fucking Citadel's earnings statements. Can you explain why RC moved the margin call line? Well, they needed money in order to enact their plans of creating a NFT marketplace. People in SS actually care about karma, so we get repeats of critical margin or Doritos, DRS, etc. Yeah. What data do you think is worth paying for on IBKR? I don't know. How much do you trade? You probably want like exchange data at the minimum and live options data. Yeah, but we stayed above 180 for like 2 days, and they were like, you can't stay above 180 into close, which was horseshit, right? It's just like it's them like trying to explain where like open interest is on the chain without understanding how options work. I have a few GME shares in SoFi, and they sent notification that I'll get my additional split shares on Friday. How is that possible since those aren't DRS shares? Fuck you, JC. What are your thoughts on holding weeklies overnight? I mean, it's probably dumb, but I might do it anyway. Big push? Call side's kind of, bid's kind of weak. I mean, this would be a good opportunity to try to do it. I mean, the lowest is always 0, which is down here. There's still PFOF on Nasdaq stocks stuffing, and there's still like and there's a lot more high frequency trading, which has essentially the same effect as internalization, right? 2.5 watching, only 1.2k likes, 1.3k haters. I'm okay with that. What's in the chart in the lower left? Stuff. Anyway, we know the ultimate anti-margin trick is shown by 3 hours and Archie goes, just don't pick up the phone, bam, 2 to 3 safe weeks. Now they're pushing. Yeah. So they get that extra liquidity with the active funds selling off. Which is, I think, why we, like, during this, we don't really see an effect on the entropy when the market sells off. Because the liquidity is coming from elsewhere. No, it's not tracking the SPY, but I could weight it to the SPY. It's just kind of gets weirder when I do that, though. Just touching view up. Yeah. Is that MOASS? No. Obviously not. I think they're staying, like, in this relative range. It's like whatever liquidity they can find in this range is what they're trying to use. And then the SPY's giving them a little extra liquidity, right? So they'll try to bring it, like, back down to here. But I think if they have to go to GME, like, this is kind of like the mid-range, right? But if they have to go to GME or XRT to get liquidity, we're going to see the price move up. No, that wasn't OPEX. Nice, Charlie Guy Manson. I usually sell spreads with weeklies overnight during OPEX, e.g. holding 150 calls, selling 160s before close. Then perfect world, buying 150s after theta decay in the AM. Oh, okay. Interesting. Kind of exposes you to a move up in pre-market though, right? I mean, it looks like they're able to do whatever they please. That's fair. At what point do you think you're going to start exiting positions? I don't know. Trading oil, not worth it due to the risk of new SPR releases out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, probably a lot of that in order just to diffuse speculation in the oil market, right? Say Ross, I already said I don't know when I'm gonna start exiting positions. Not fucking right now. If the price goes below my stop limit, will it trigger it if it goes back up into the range between the stop and the limit? So if the price comes down into your stop and your stop triggers, even if it bounces, Your limit will still fill. It'll just fill at a higher price. So if the stop triggers, your order's placed. Ooh. Someone's going, trying to get some liquidity. That's bullish. I feel like my stop was targeted. Probably. That would be part of like the PFOF data that's sold, right? This is good, I think. What did Dork's new indicator look like right before the June rug pull? There was like a big spike. Like about, what was it? What was it, Dork? Like 20 minutes before they tanked us? The other day, too, on JFresh's rug pull. Stopped at a small loss. Fuck these guys. Done for the day. Gonna take my kids to the park. New battle tomorrow. Have a great day, brother. Later, Celtic Mako. I hope you made some money, man. No, crypto fish, it won't. What kind of crime are hedge funds doing to slow the passage of time the few days before the OPEX run? See how that broke the line here? And now they're getting liquidity from GameStop at the market. If this continues to move up, so will we. That was the short I was talking about. Rug pull. This rug pull. Yeah. Yeah, I think, I mean, like, you're looking at it on, like, a different... Yeah, I think that's the rug pull they're talking about. JFresh was, like, last week. No, they were talking about the June one. Like, June 24th, was it? Yeah, the one on June 24th, where the market maker just fucking dropped their bags on everyone. Are they just not letting the orders print because it's so fucking dry? Yeah, partially. Alright, this should slow down price action a little bit. So rejected? No? Ooh, oh, okay. So they're just continuing to find more liquidity. That's how that works? It's not really indicative of... Yeah. It's agnostic. So as long as we see movement at this point, right, then the run could continue as they search for liquidity in these ranges. That's interesting. Oh, wait, I didn't draw that on the thing. Whatever. What kind of sorcery is this? I've actually timed the bottom entry almost perfectly. Thanks, Pi-Fi. No problem, man. Yeah, up or down's not really good, per se. That's why it's kind of complicated. Is up and down are not really relevant. I mean, it means that liquidity is flowing from one place to another, but um like when we broke here, they're like digging for like actively digging for liquidity on the lit exchange. Like when we break to that upside of, I don't know how to really draw on this. It's like over here. Yeah, when we break to the upside of that line, they're digging like on the lit exchange for GameStop liquidity, which means like buying, right? And now they've, found liquidity in this lower range, right here. Hitting all the liquidity zones at tiny increments? Not really, because it's weighting one one asset against another. I mean, algos just execute trade strategies, right? For the most part. Unless they're automated to do some sort of function. Oh. Started to go back to the market to look for liquidity. Where did all the liquid go? Is this somehow related to Ortex borrow data? No. I highly doubt JFresh is in shambles. $147.76. Illiquid mark again. Weird. VIX spike. Yeah, why is the VIX spiking when the SPY's not doing shit? No way JFresh made money on those puts. He has plenty of data. I don't think he's worried about it. What's a good cream sauce or chicken? Pesto. Ooh, they're going back to the market. See, and you can kind of see like the higher lows as the downside liquidity becomes more scarce, right? Sinus? No, 1269, right? So we want that indicator to break up above that line that I drew.
You know what time it is? It's that special time of day.
Or below it. Really hard. Either way, it would be beneficial technically.
You think your clock is broken? Rest assured it's working just fine. Grab your jars and a gallon of brine, because it's 1269.
Having a lot of fun watching this thing. I really like it. There they go. Oh. No? Come on. A little more. What's JFresh's bearish theory? I mean, I don't know how, like, actually bearish he is, but he does not like the fact that we're going into this week with, you know, no massive shed negative delta. Ooh. I mean, it looks like soon, really soon, they have to go to the market for liquidity, right? Because, you know, they're becoming more illiquid in the lower range. So, like, see, that range is becoming more illiquid. And so they keep having to move. I'm guessing the upside of this is the lit exchange. Oh no, because if they go to the lit exchange to get GameStop, GameStop's gonna do ups, right? What do you think, Dork? Is that a fairly good assessment of what I'm looking at here? This is a unique moment in cyberspace and time. Just like any other, love to have everyone around. Kant would be proud of our approach. Let's go pure rationality. Don't get hype. Don't get too hype, motherfuckers. I don't know. We're breaking out. Jedward, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon wheel, dude. Hit me up after the stream, man. I'll make sure you're all set up in the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals.
Gherk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking
There's no
all
critical
my
margin.
money.
It's just where 4,500 calls go in the money. Yeah.
Pigeon whales
Come
are
on,
the
come get
highest
that
class
liquidity.
of society.
Come get it, Kenny. You know you want to taste it. How many GME options contracts are you holding? 87? Look at him. He's just testing it. Re-entered off the dip. Up another 1K unrealized. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Pickleman. You got it, Lagarde's Moascot. Do you notice the bid-ask spread widening when your oscillator starts going crazy? Yeah. If we break 150, I'm timing out the first 15 Dans I see. Whoa! What was that? Okay. They picked up some liquidity down there. That was nuts. It's not a down, though, right? It's just where the liquidity is. What's that mean? Maybe there's still a little more liquidity down there. Not a lot, but a little. Anything they can do to keep it from breaking out, right? Yeah, where's the liquidity, Kenny? Just let it rip into all our delicious calls. Spy breaking down. Maybe that's where they got the liquidity from. How hard? Oh, pretty hard. I'm intrigued by the sustained high. It's just moving on the back of the fucking FTA announcement. Or speculation on the FTA announcement. I think you confused some people when you read my timeout message. The liquidity thing dipped and you declared, whoa. So anyway, I just started timing out Dan's. Okay. Okay, so the market dumping is opening up some liquidity in the lower range. I don't know how much it's going to open up. It's like not a lot so far. There's the gap here. There's a big fucking pre-market gap at like 385.29. Chimi has one too, but I don't know if it's relevant. Activision a good arbitrage play if you're buying stock. WeBull your favorite interface for watching intraday? I mean, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. It has better data than a lot of other platforms. Who DM'd you an interesting chart? What was it? Has to do with bouts of creation, redemption, or clearing of FTDs. XRT SPY. Okay. So a little bit of both, right? Well, they just got a whole shitload of liquidity. So I think we're going to break VWAP hard. It's interesting. They kept us from breaking out until they could get a downshift in the index and short it. Unsure the reason we're moving, but options delta is 108% of volume and a negative 105k delta for the day. So something then other than options buying is moving us. Yeah, I mean they have FTDs and shit they're covering, right? And then we also have, um, active fund pressure. SPY gap filling. Is it though? It's got quite a ways to go before it fills that gap. That gap's all the way down here. Killing Bobby. Okay. I mean, are they? It's just like down 16 cents. Bobby was never like ripping, right? It went up 20 cents and now it's down 20 cents. Like, there's nothing dramatic happening over here, really. GameStop's holding pretty tight to VWAP. How is it possible for a company to have valuable bonds, but the stock is a piece of shit? I mean, what do you mean by a piece of shit? Like, it doesn't change a lot in price? Do you want the indicator to break up? Sort of. We want it to, we want volume to, like, we want it to move up fast or move down fast on an uptrend, I think, is the best way right now. So, like, if it moves down really hard right now, we could see a pretty hard bounce. Yeah, see how it's accelerating? We saw some of that volume print out. You took me to the park after market closed today. It's nice out, and I'm tired of being stuck with the stuffy closet with JFresh's litter box. Uh, man, we'll see. Over 7K Jan 2024, 2Ps bought on BBBY. Ow. Was it raining hard by you? It was raining earlier. JFresh has a litter box? I thought he was a human? No. What's the best case scenario going into tomorrow and through Friday? More volume, more covering. Hmm. Wonder why they're trying to confine price action to such a narrow range right now. Ooh, more acceleration. To redeem while they have sell pressure to buy into. Yeah. Are we inversing the market right now? Because that would make some sense. Not really. Not even really outperforming it. They could be dumping like short side internalization there. Is there any correlation with what you're seeing, what the SPY is doing? I mean, some, because XRT is an index. Or, well, tracks an index, right? Today is volatile as fuck. Is this indicator the same thing we were watching during last week during Friday Power Hour? Yeah. It's really choppy right now because there's no volume, but if we get some decent volume, it works better. And like end of day Friday, we were getting some pretty solid volume. Is this the price stability you said you were looking for in yesterday's stream? Yes. It's even slightly better than that, right? Because it's price improvement. I feel like we just keep ending up back here at like 147.77. Man, this looks like we're going to start moving back down to zero again. So bigger breakout, but like the SPY didn't fill that fucking gap at all. Ugh. Is this what low liquidity looks like? Yeah, it's super boring. Ooh, that jumped. Starting to get some volume now, too. A sustained cross of the upper line. I think that would be good right now. But not necessarily, right? It's more we want to see rapid moves in line with the current trend. Is it time to break out the ice cream sandwiches? No, not yet. Hmm. Hey, Han. Put Bobby on the indicator. Eh. Bobby's like almost zeroed out. Would de-hedging from Friday be resolved by now? We're not expecting that until T+2. I mean, they might be trying to just grind today out to get rid of calls on the chain. They're putting in quite a lot of effort to maintain some price stability right now. I'm using Hankanashi candles on my newfangled indicator. Would it be better if I just switched to Renko? A little more obvious, I guess. Hmm. Daily Finance is showing a 2,714% return on 149p for 718. Any idea why? None at all. SPY continuing to drop. Okay, so we should start to get more liquidity, right? Right? There's a little more. It's maybe a weird thing to thank you for. We had some calls on SPY that got stopped out before we took this dip. I'm grateful you taught us how to manage risk and use stops so I don't lose more money or worry all day about my doomed calls. Thank you. You're welcome, Nesquick. Congratulations on getting out, man. Yeah, right? We just gotta hope that it's the good kind of liquidity. I think we need to figure out how to create, like, we'll talk about it later, but I think I have some ideas. We can make this a lot better. Not that it's not phenomenal now, but I think we can make it like more readable on an intraday level. So what's interesting is how bound up to the downside they are. Like they really just don't have any short liquidity at all. And I think it's because they're using all of their short liquidity to try to stop breakouts to the upside that they don't have any left to actually short the fucking stock. So by the time they're able to stop the breakouts, they've already internalized so much and they need to dump that into the sell pressure. So they've got like no ammo to the downside, which is kind of what I've suspected we've been seeing for the last few weeks. I'm using up their short liquidity by selling covered calls over and over for $30 profit. It's easier to go from 40 to 50 opposed to 160 to 200. It's actually the same, right, Carl? Because like fundamentally nothing changes. Fuck yeah. Keep whispering these bullish things into my ear. I mean, you're kind of seeing it though, right? Like they go to the downside and they just run out of liquidity like right away. They snatch up all this liquidity and short it, and then it runs out of steam so fast. Like they can't keep a sustained trend going. Even when the SPY has a sustained trend, our fucking drop is shorter. I mean, they've got to offload that internalization, so I don't think they have a choice. How do you feel about Google weeklies? I don't know. Not great. Should be a decent price. I haven't updated the fucking charts yet. Just say it, dude. They're running out of ammo because of DRS. We're not even seeing that. We've seen the borrow rate go down today. They're not even going to the prime pools for liquidity. They don't want to borrow shares ever. They don't care, right? They just want to use ETF liquidity. It's much better. I understand, but there's really nothing truly different other than the stock split mentality. Yeah, pretty much. There we go. Snack coiled, ready to strike. And if they keep trying to get GME liquidity at market, then yeah, we can move up. We just broke to the upside, so that's bullish. Ooh. Come on, pump it. How fast do you think Matt Kors will lose 50K? I don't care. He's not losing it, right? His viewers are. Does it make you sad that WeBull shills Shibcoin? I don't know. They haven't tried to sell it to me. Hedgy ammo has got to be my least favorite term adopted by RSS. What ammo? Money? Liquidity? Dry power? Sheesh. Dry powder? Sheesh. Be more specific. Yeah. Is the oscillator available to the poors? Fuck no. There we go. Oh, nope. That's bad liquidity? Or did they just short the buy-in? It looks like they just shorted the buy-in. God, this is frustrating to watch. You admit that DRS is a 3-letter acronym? Sure. People are gonna DRS their BBBY shares and put the company out of business. What's your setup look like? I have some monitors and a keyboard and a microphone. There's a light. I imagine the Citadel intern watching the stream is having so much fun watching you try to figure out if bad or good liquidity. I think what we saw was good liquidity and they just shorted it. It's so hard to tell without like good like solid volume. If we had solid volume, I feel like this would be a lot more reliable. So like I don't know. We got to figure out a way to do more stuff with this. It's fun. I feel like today's price action only makes Wyckoff thesis stronger. Yeah, technically, because it should meet resistance here before breaking to the upside. What's the graph and why is it going up? Because they need to buy GameStop. It amazes me that inside your mind you're always thinking about advanced market mechanics, ice cream sandwiches, anything bad about your neighbors, or an insult at chat. Bullish. Thanks, Carl. It's very astute of you. The GME split will end any hope of a short squeeze. Dilute stock, give all the shorts a way out. Don't say they have Forex short positions because you don't even know how many shorts they have. I didn't say they have Forex short positions. I mean, they'll just whoever swapped out whatever short positions they had will simply reprofile the risk on those contracts for the additional leverage cost, and then ETFs will just write forwards to cover any like over lending that they've done. So yeah, I don't think the split itself is going to have a lot of effect. Not immediately. I mean, maybe next OPEX we could see some significant price action if the ETFs have to return like the dividend shares in like kind due to their pro rata agreements. 626,000 premium today on 119.24 BBBY. $2 puts, good or bad? Depends on if they're sold or bought. Still digging for that liquidity. Don't forget your tiny vacuum. It's just part of your setup. It's part of your setup? My tiny vacuum is right here. It's my tiny vacuum. That's how you keep things clean. What if there were crumbs or something? Or a loose chocolate chip from an ice cream sandwich? I don't know. They're digging pretty deep right now. I like it. This is where we were Friday. So Friday we were here, and this was the drop that I like covered as we rose into market close. But this is like where they were just grinding out those FTDs before Cenas closed. Did you reveal your self-pleasuring device live on stream? I don't think I could fit my dick in this. No, definitely not. Maybe if I like got something to like poke it in there with. This OPEX cycle feels like a war of attrition. It's always a war of attrition. Like thumbing in a wet noodle. The small chart is depicting a breakout. Why no breakout? Oh, I have a feeling we're gonna see a breakout. It's just not gonna be the one you want. You know, they can short it too, right? Putting a hot dog in a piggy bank. Yeah. There you go, Blueberry Batman. Is Trash Dan even awake yet? How's Trash Dan missing this conversation? Switch back to regular view. Is it really bullish? Wait. Ooh. Oh, I fucking like this. Oh, they're just gonna gobble it all up. Is that bullish or bearish? No one knows. It's compelling. How high did we hit in March before we came down? See, May was so small. Hmm. No, I'm not even gonna address the critical margin thing anymore. It's one of the stupidest things I've seen come out of Super Stonk that people think is true. I'm assuming mostly because they don't know how logarithmic charts work, but I'm not even sure if that's the case. Ooh. No more critical margarine. Sorry. I could care less. I think RC really fucked the hedgies with the timing of announcements. They wanted a big peak and said they have a little peak. I mean, over time, the liquidity has just been reducing more and more, right? And it really picked up after the November drop when they started getting fucking squeezed inside the ETFs. March 21st, opened 90, peak 99, closed 94.20. Okay. I was there, I know. Yeah, I mean, they don't have to cover T+2 today. Look at all of you chasers. Who the fuck's chasing anything? Be honest, when did you fall in love with me? And can I borrow one sock real quick? I promise you'll get a sock back. Uh, Carl, we've been over this. You can't have my socks. Okay, I'm not gonna free you. You're not Dobby. No, it's much bigger than DRS. Like DRS drives some of the illiquidity, but getting squeezed out of the ETFs has nothing to do with DRS. It has to do with the fact that the market's down 40% and other people are coming into those ETFs also short, which limits the amount of available liquidity for any one single participant. See, during the bull market, they had plenty of liquidity in the ETFs, right? Because they had no competition to the short side. But once all the other shorts started piling into the ETFs, now they have to compete with others to get the same amount of liquidity. That is what squeezes them out of the ETFs, not fucking DRS. Unless you've started DRSing XRT shares, which I don't think is the case. Don't make me DRS with 5/10s, I'll fucking do it. I think the biggest contribution this indicator provides us with is entertainment value. Yeah. Ooh. You can't DRS an ETF. At least I don't think you can in the US. Put Gork. Market tanking because Jimmy Shill rang the bell? Maybe. He fucked it. Although I still think it'd be hysterical if him ringing the bell caused GameStop to gamma squeeze. Ooh, big shorts. Getting lots of liquidities. Oh, it dried up really fast. What do you expect Jimmy to close out the day before the split? Dude, I have no fucking clue. What kind of absurd question is that? Who fuck? I wonder if they're resolving the rest of SLD today. Is there some ultra bearish news? Did we go to war with someone? GameStop's still doing okay, frankly. Look at Apple. Yeesh. Big sell-off. Oh, is today market crash day? Hey, look. Superstock is right. They're going to crash the market to stop OPEX. Alright, I'm going to make coffee and brush J-Fresh. Okay. Make sure you get behind his ears. He really likes that. Why would Kramer do this? Why are we dropping? Because the market's tanking like a fucking rock. And we're really not dropping much. My TQQCCs are safe for another day. Congratulations, little Noxua. You know you're selling covered calls on a depreciating asset, right? I hope you break even over time. Price target is gamma max plus 10%, give or take. Yeah. I mean, depending on call buying, gamma max can increase or decrease. Like we could open tomorrow with a lower gamma max than we have today. Apple is slowing down hiring through 2023. Well, yeah, because JPOW needs more unemployed people. That's the only way to stem the demand. If everybody has 3 jobs, they're gonna keep buying shit. And to ease the supply shock, they need people to stop fucking buying things. Otherwise, inflation isn't gonna go down, right? If demand stays high and the supply shock has not resolved itself, so if demand continues to stay high and people continue to make more money in their new wage inflated jobs, and continue to buy things that are overpriced, and they can't make enough of them, the issue will continue. Why do I always go up the second my stop limits are hit? You set them in bad places? Maybe you need to set them a little wider? GameStop's volatile. Apple slowing hiring spending to weather economic uncertainty. You'd be surprised how quickly 500 billion in cash goes during a recession. Yeah, right? No, they're just afraid like the next iPhone, which they've already made and is essentially the same as the current one, isn't going to sell as well. Like people might keep their phone an extra year. If you haven't taken advantage of wage inflation, you should probably consider finding another job that pays more. But yeah, wages are inflated minimally. They should be obviously inflated a lot more than they are, but I mean, if you think about it this way, at the beginning of the pandemic, most McDonald's around the country are paying $7.50 an hour for employees. Now they're paying double. Depends on your brokerage and how you have it set up, Ed. Is this the crash Michael Burry was talking about? You mean for the last 9 years? Maybe. Who's to say? I would agree with that. Some of the indexes are dropping because the things they contain are dropping. Apple's down massively. Should we just start describing Apple price changes and basis points? I think we should. Look at that sell off. That's big volume. Spy's got some decent volume on this sell off. It's not insane, but it's higher than it was through the midday. IWM actually not getting hit quite as hard. Visa selling off. How's Dow stuff? Cat's doing cool. It's just chilling. I mean, most things are still up on the day, though. Did it fill the gap yet? Wait, hold on. Did SPY fill the gap? It did. This is bear flag off my screen, you shill. What, are you talking about the SPY? It hasn't even broken down out of the bear flag. It's like barely moved. If this finds fucking support and bounces, it's gonna rip. GameStop's still killing it too. Literally one share traded in the last minute. Price action looks eerily similar to July 14th when we took that big hammer. Hmm. Yeah. But we bounced out of that, right? Couldn't watch all day. There hasn't been enough volume for OPEX. Yeah, I don't think we've seen any. I think we saw some covering earlier today. Here. But not volumetrically, very little. So I don't think we've seen any sufficient covering today. Sorry, you guys can't see the bottom of that, right? Yeah, I think we saw covering during this period. Like some actual covering of shares. The rest of this is like options hedging and shorting, and creation sales. So yeah, I think we definitely haven't seen anywhere near sufficient volume for OPEX to have occurred. Most of this just looks like fucking higher than average FTDs combined with some call buying. Is 165 an important resistance to pass for Jimmy, or do long-term trends not really matter? 165's not super important. 158.50 is kind of an important resistance. Long-term trends matter. I mean, it's more that there's very few people willing to buy in that range. You know, retail was a lot more willing to buy GameStop at higher prices last year than they are now. And, you know, part of that's the effect of the economy on a lot of households. Part of that's, you know, the effect that people have been in the play longer and they want cheaper cost bases, not more expensive ones. You know, there was once a time when we hit 300 and people were like, well, guess it's time to buy more. Now they wait for 80, right? Like, you know, the most basic lessons the market will teach you all on its own. Most people's average is probably still around 180. I mean, if they haven't DCA'd or averaged down. If they've been averaging down this year, I'm sure they've been able to drop it at least a bit. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people went really hard last year and, you know, put large chunks of their savings into GameStop early, and maybe they don't have the same confidence they did back then to continue to do that. You know, some people diversify their investments. Are you waiting for 80? No. I mean, I'm not really buying any more shares of GameStop anymore. Nowadays, it's like the only way I end up buying GameStop is if I get assigned on CSPs. I keep them and sell covered calls on them, but probably lack of funds more so than lack of confidence. Yeah, I would say so. But it's definitely gone on a long time. I'm just poor and can't buy more. Yeah, that's fair. Are we in some kind of positive feedback loop since the May run? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They put a large chunk of their portfolio in at 180, 220, and even if they have been DCAing with smaller amounts. Well, I mean, last year buying GameStop at 150, like the price we're close to the price we're trading at now, was very reasonable, right? Like that was our low for the cycles. Sometimes we saw a little bit lower, but generally not for very long. It's very difficult to buy Jimmy while maintaining both my Philadelphia home and Philadelphia wife. When you have a lot of shares, it's really hard to average down fast. Yep, it is. Basically impossible. I mean, you can average down through covered calls, which is how I do it now. But buying more is just like I'm not going to buy above my cost basis, and my cost basis is shrinking because I sell covered calls. So the odds of me buying more shares outside of assignment on cash secured puts is pretty slim. And I'm pretty good at selling CSPs. I generally don't get assigned on them. I think the only time I got assigned was last year in last year before August, and I got assigned it was like right before the March run. I got assigned on like 10 CSPs. Do you plan to hold your weekly 200s overnight if we continue to chop in this price range the rest of the day? Yeah, probably. I don't mind holding weeklies into Tuesday. Wednesday it gets a little sketchy. But Supersonic said your cover calls are evil. Whatever. Do you expect more split dividend by the end of the year? Like another split? No. Why would they do it twice? I used to buy Jimmy, but I can't anymore because all my disposable income goes to cult dues. Fair. That's why you get Guybrush on the screen, though, right? What's the worst case scenario with covered calls? Having to sell them at the strike? If you're long on GMA, then yeah. You talked on yesterday's stream that more than anything, you want to see positive consolidation running into Tuesday and Wednesday. Can you go over how fucking bullish it is that we're going to close above 150 and why you know damn well we're hitting 200 this week? Okay, listen, Walken. Don't put bullish words in my mouth. Okay? I don't appreciate it. It's very nice that we have not dropped to the negative numbers that the SPY has. I like this. It is good. That is all. We'll get bullish when the time's right. Yeah, so if you're long GameStop, you know, and you never intend to sell your shares, then the worst thing that can happen is you get assigned at your strike. For most other stocks, the risk of a buy right is that, you know, you've laid out a large capital investment to buy 100 shares of the underlying stock, right? And then you sell a covered call, and the price of the underlying drops. So like covered calls are really, they're not like a bearish bet, right? They're just a bet that the price isn't going to go up significantly. But you also don't want the price to drop significantly, right? Because that means you're losing value in your collateral. Like you've lost value in your investment. And yeah, you can roll down your covered calls to offset the loss. But you know, ultimately you are losing value on a much larger portion of your capital than you're making on the premiums from selling the calls. The advantage there with GameStop is you don't care what the price is. The assumption is you don't care what the price is. You're going to keep your shares either way. So then you're just using your, initial capital investment to generate income. Or not even necessarily income, but you can use that capital as reinvestment capital as well, right? So, if you sell fucking 100 covered calls at $1 each, you can buy another 100 shares of GME. What would happen if the shorts if Jamie did a reverse split later this year? I don't know. It'd be cool as shit, though. Quick explanation of your methodology. Selling cash secured puts is simple. Find a low, sell cash secured puts, cross your fingers. Yeah, you want to find a volume backed resistance that's strong to the downside. And if you can, you want to sell your cash secured puts in the money. And ideally the stock will bounce and you will not get assigned. And then you can harvest large amounts of premium for, your capital security. Sometimes quite a lot if you get good at it. It takes skill and time and practice, and there's no one size fits all model for it. You just need to practice and learn. BBY is hilarious. Such a piece of trash. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I own a bunch of it. I know. Happy with today's consistency. Yeah, I'm happy that we're holding these price levels. That's very good. Spies recovering. Yeah, but we didn't drop in relation to it, so that's super bullish for us, right? Because now active fund pressure is to the buy side, and our price is still elevated. So Mullen, the idea is not to get assigned and collect premium. Yeah, here's the best way to wheel: never be assigned. That's your goal with wheeling. If you can nail that, you don't have to worry about the rest of it. You don't even have to worry about the other half of the wheel. You just simply never get assigned. After this run, you should buy a more comfy chair. Maybe. I don't like buying things. How much more of your OPEX positions do you think you will enter? Probably more tomorrow. I'm about 50% in total right now. On BBY, shares are being returned, but borrow rate increases because you don't have visibility over the entire borrow pool. All you can see is borrows from like a few lenders that publicly share that information. You can't see the prime borrows. It's like the borrow rate and the shares available to borrow are not accurate or relevant. You were looking at a small piece of the pie. So, they can be borrowing 2 million shares of BBBY from Vanguard and returning like 100,000 to IBKR. And, you see IBKRs, you see the rate go up because there's more demand across the entire pool, but you're not seeing the transactionary nature of the shares being borrowed and returned. Most of that is not publicly available. And as a matter of fact, the rate that is presented to you is the rate for you to borrow the shares. That rate is not the same for institutions. They can make separate agreements outside of the standard lending practice for any fucking rate they choose. So if Fidelity wants to loan Citadel shares of GameStop at 0.75 forever, they can, regardless of what they charge as the retail borrow rate. So it's just horseshit. That's why Ortex sucks balls. Well, one of the many reasons. Sounds rigged. It is. It's a capital market. All the power goes to those with the most money. That's how they work. Yeah, it's just retail shorts would have to borrow at that rate. That's their de facto rate for retail investors, is what you're seeing. You're not seeing the prime lending pools. You know, those are bespoke agreements. Like, you wouldn't. I mean, there's no way to know what any institutional entity is paying for their borrow rate. The rising of the borrow rate is the only thing that really matters because it tells us there's demand, right? How much it increases is kind of irrelevant, I think. Crazy how things can be cheaper the more money you have. Yeah. Also, why not just FTD or use an ETF? Exactly. Even Jeffries? What do you think is a good master's to learn more about trading? Behavioral econ, financial engineering, MBA, or algo CS program? Probably financial engineering. Algorithmic trading. Well, yeah, that's useful too. Different, but useful. Behavioral econ. Not a lot of practicality there. I mean, you really just want a degree that's going to get you in the door somewhere. Then you're going to learn how to trade. Like, academically, you're not going to learn as much as you want. Academic, finance is very skewed to the buy and hold and mitigate risk mentality. I'm not saying that's wrong. Statistically, it is far more effective, but every major prime and investment bank has trading desks for a reason. And sometimes when you're in a bear market, like right now, those trading desks outperform their other assets. But good luck finding a finance professor that'll admit that. Hey Gurk, serious question here. Once the split happens, are the new shares marked long the same way as my original shares? Or are they dated from the day of creation? They are so it is a dividend, but it is also a split. So it has the same tax rate as the previous share that it was, dividend created off of. So if you have long-term shares and they split, the split shares are still long-term holdings. I know you've gone over this, but I can't find it anywhere. What's the last day they can start to cover for OPEX? Wednesday. You have to bring your own desk. No, they have them there. Dividended. There we go. Almost like capital markets have next to nothing to do with raising capital for publicly traded companies or businesses instead of financial engineering for the sake of nothing productive. Well, both, right? They do serve the initial purpose. But you can't have a bazaar without vendors, right? I doubled my position with CCs and CSPs this last few months. Hashtag Gherk has taught me enough where I'm quitting my job taught me enough that I'm quitting my job come December. Most people charge for the service he provides pro bono. I fucking love you. Thanks, Mike. How hard is it raining by you? The weather markers have been internalizing the precipitation for a couple weeks now by me. Started dumping pretty hard again. Bullish for lawns. I mean, I don't have a lawn. It's wet out. I mean, I guess I'll have to tip the DoorDash guy more money. Otherwise, it doesn't really affect me. Bachelor's of Science in Finance or Business Admin is enough to get you in the door and on the desk at most funds. 5 years ago, an associate's would have gotten you in. 5 years before that, you could have gotten in with a high school diploma. The problem is, you know, they throw you in with the sharks, and you survive or you don't, and very few survive. They're actually not that discriminate in their hiring. For like, if you're entering at a high level position, then it's another story, but here's the real wrinkle maker. You think RNC knows something we don't about split divs versus splits? Why even have different options if they aren't different? There must be some effect or positive. I've already said that. I said that ETFs have a pro rata agreement with their shareholders to provide dividends in like kind, which means that they need to provide dividends as they are distributed to the ETF fund. Which, you know, if an ETF has overlent shares of GameStop, they will need to get those shares back. And, you know, after the split, 3 times those shares back. Well, 4 times those shares back. That's the only, and even that, you know, ETFs can balance their net assets by writing forward contracts. So the ETF can push that shit out for quite some time before they actually have to face the realization of covering it, which is, I think, what we saw happen with the like Tesla quote unquote squeeze. Is you saw, you know, massive ETF obligations get pushed out in forward contracts and then covered in November, even though the split was like August 31st. When we see volume, gotta run to Home Depot, but don't want to miss the action. Maybe run to Bed Bath & Beyond too, if I have time. I don't know if we're gonna see any more volume today. They're definitely doing their best to stabilize price in this range. 100% accurate. If you're willing to put in 100 hours a week and not have a Saturday off, you can make bank. There's a reason most sitting are up to their eyeballs in various addictions. Yeah. That and the competitive nature of it. Like, if you're a competitive person, you can get really sucked into it. Spy gonna fill the next gap today too? It could. I don't know. There's pretty decent support here at 383. Would it be sufficient? Yeah, I think it's closed the only outstanding, like the only relevant outstanding gap. You think of this one? Whoa. That's filled. Yeah. I mean, I think really up here it filled, it kind of, yeah, I think it just filled that morning, the one from this morning. It could bounce here. These are the wrong fucking candles. There we go. I don't know. We'll see if it finds a support to the downside. Have you ever wondered if you're retarded and no one is telling you? No. I've wondered if I'm crazy and I'm talking to myself all day. But then I realized I am. I am, in fact, talking to myself all day. What test do you think I could get on if I took 2 classes at ITT Technical Institute and then dropped out? I mean, are you okay with working in a hedge fund based out of New Jersey? How far are ETFs able to push out those dividend obligations using forward contracts, at least until their next index rebalancing, which in the case of GME's split would be September? Which I don't believe has any holiday obligations. Can they split or trade split adjusted in pre-market before the stock starts to trade split adjusted at NYSE at market open? Like, they risk people buying 1/4 the price BMO possible. I mean, it should open the pre-market at the split adjusted price. You can trade in pre-market too. Well, if you're in the US. If you're in a foreign country, well, it's a US stock. America. Get fucked. Everyone here is just a chat bot. I know. You are, in fact, crazy as well. A 100K cash to start. Want to make 2K a month. What stock should I look at for CSPs? I feel like you could yield a 2% return monthly with like dividends, can't you? Like, do you even need to like trade? Stop talking, they can hear you. Are you expecting some funds to do a share recall, or is that off the table? I think it's mostly off the table. It could happen unexpectedly. It could happen to smaller funds. Smaller funds may get recalled if they don't have, enough margin to uh, post after like the risk realignment on whatever short sale agreements they have. But I think for the most part, anyone big isn't going to get recalled because they'll just keep loaning shares, right? The fucking borrow rate's super high. Why wouldn't you? Especially if you can loan 4 for every one you have. It's the best. Got to beat that risk-free rate, right? Jersey? I can't remember. I'm gonna be Gap's boss. He's gonna have to buy me Dr. Pepper from Cavo whenever I want. It would have already happened if a recall was gonna happen. I mean, technically not, right? They could recall it tomorrow or Wednesday. I mean, they don't care about the fucking ex-dividend date. It's meaningless, right? They just care about the due bill, which is the not due till the 25th anyway. And I guess technically because of the due bill, they could recall after the split as well. Is the SPY crashing because of the Benefer wedding? I don't even know what that means. What the fuck's a Benefer? Joke's on you. Kava only has off-brand all-natural sodas. They're disgusting. Yes, I've been to Kava. He is telling the truth. I think I heard Gabe Plotkin is going to start a stream. GME, something about butthurt he lost his hedge fund or something. Nice. Are you trading trends via EMA 30s bouncing off other EMAs? I don't know. Am I? What do you think? Maybe I'm trading something else and the EMAs just correspond to it. How much resources and personnel would a hedge fund dedicate to developing this Boom Hunter Pro indicator? Hey, look, we're getting liquidity back. Things are happening. Back down? Oh, this is just like Friday. It's doing the same thing that happened Friday, but way smaller. We're gonna do it. Rip into close. Let's go. Let's break 150. I think if we break 150 into close today, we might be able to get JFresh to take off that stupid bear costume. I can just put the indicator on my hat, right? Like I can just go like this and then move it to the foreground. The indicator is just a fractal. No, it's fucking not. How dare you? If you had a gun to your head and had to choose between 100% all-in GME Weekly 200C versus 140C, what would you choose? I'd let them shoot me. Can you eat the indicator like a chipwich? No. Can you believe they called it a fractal, dork? Stink of desperation is unbelievable. I wish I was Ben Affleck. No, I don't. Have they ever boofed an OPEX this hard? I mean, yeah. Yeah, they have. This like slow bleed up on Monday is corresponds with previous OPEX covering. I'm all about it. Soon enough, they're going to start chatting random formulae and asking for hotter or colder. Yeah. They do it with JFresh's stuff all the time too. They're like, yeah, but like, how do you calculate that? Can you just give me the code? How many calls does PJ have to buy to create our own VUPs on OPEX? Oh, there's not enough money. You need people to buy calls for a run. Where are the calls? I bought some. Do I should I just buy them all? Is that what you're saying, JFresh? Are you trying to get me to pump and dump your stock? I mean, November was really great until it wasn't, right? Like the $50 up part was awesome. I'm calling my mom. Does that count? No, it's made from secret data. We get out of JFresh's litter box. If anybody wants to try to re-engineer my indicator, I'd recommend 60 units of physics and 30 units of math at their university to get started. Yeah. Make a GME 150s safe. Stop trying to be a bear, Carl. You're bad at it. At best, you're an otter. You know? Chicken tender daddy got it. If you heard, I heard you say you had 87 GME calls, but I don't, your capital. So I bought 87 300C weeklies. Well, kind of the same, but not. I hope you get really rich, Walford. I'm beaverish right now. Doric, there's children. Well, adults that act like children. I don't get why quants are so offended when someone asks how those graphs indicators work. No one's offended. Hasn't this always been about sharing info and learning together? What am I missing here? Nobody shares anything that makes money. I mean, we are sharing it, right? We're just not telling you how to do it. That's the difference. The fuck is otterish in the market? Should I get AMC calls? Definitely a power otter. Secretly sharing secrets. What's behind 150? Like 151? Well, 150.01 to the fourth decimal place. Spy slapping the water with a wide tail right now. Yeah. I'm only 60 units of physics and 30 units short of math short of making my own indicator. Congratulations, Mike Buys Leaps. Do I never have to hear about critical fucking margin theory? Didn't we already break 150? What's their excuse for that? Where were the margin calls? Do you think that short hedge funds are just sitting around like, ah, fuck, I really hope it doesn't hit that price or I'm going to go out of business? The fuck are you talking about? It's an $11 billion market cap company. Citadel has like $500 billion in assets. Susquehanna has over $1 trillion. Everyone else is even bigger. God fucking damn. Like, fucking Buttlicker84 just bought DRS 4 more shares. We're fucked, guys. Shut it down. No, I know you are. I'm just irritated. Taste the rainbow. Do anything change since last Friday? I'm slightly more bullish today than I was on Friday. I was pretty bullish on Friday going into close. Today I actually bought more options, so that should tell you everything you need to know. Buttlicker 44. It's like, guys, we've been too sus. They're onto us. If you click that pen one more time, I put it down. It's very tactile, though. It's, What are the expirations and strike price you opened? Several. I have some July 22nd, July 29th, and August 19th calls at various strikes between 150 and $200. And then I have some October 390s and some January 950s. Cat dead? Is it ever? I mean, I don't think so. It's up 0.35% today. Is there anything you can do to quell the posting of purple circles? Sick of seeing the worthless posts. No. I used to think that guy, Ein Fuckman, was legit until he used that Taste the Rainbow TA to describe critical margin theory. And then I just realized that he was Alex Jones 2.0. I've been bouncing around between work and meetings and other stuff that's prevented me from staying current. What happened to the SPY? It went down. It went up, and then it went down. There was no news. I have a 495 average on Bobby. Do you think we go up or down tomorrow? I wonder if I could grab it cheaper tomorrow. Wait, so you have shares at 495 and you want to know if you can get them cheaper tomorrow? Probably not. I don't know. Are you going to save a few cents? How dare you talk about me like that? What's up, Buttlicker84? The news was Apple is laying off some employees and anticipating slowdown. So's everyone else. We've been hurtling towards a recession for 4 months now. Apple pulling back some capital is not like a crazy big deal, right? Like, that's just an excuse to sell shit. Do you think at this point the shorts have the capacity to bring GME down significantly before a run? I mean, they don't have a lot of liquidity, so no. It's pretty hard for them to slam it currently. That liquidity can unlock in all kinds of fun ways, though. Hurtling towards, we've been in it. Well, you know, skipping on the surface of a pond. I think their debt repayments increase. Yeah, I think actually BBBY is kind of hit hard by the rising rates. Buttlicker 84 just bought AMC 950s. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of overlap there. There shouldn't be, but there is. Hmm. Maybe talking about meme stocks gets more clicks on ad-based revenue websites. Do you ever think about that? Smooth Gotti Beats. Wouldn't Starbucks file for Chapter 11? I don't know, man. They still own the patent for those fucking things that keep your hands from burning. Cardboard? Yeah. And if BBY goes much lower and Cohen doesn't double down, I'm fucking getting out of it. How quickly people forget how much of an underdog GameStop was 2 years ago. Yeah, but you know, you could have bought GameStop at 5 or 13. It wouldn't have really mattered. Spy really not finding a bottom, just consistent selling. What mean? It hit resistance. It looks pretty good from this point up. How many shares of BBY do you have? Too fucking many. Or catch a falling knife is your first lesson in trading. Honestly, pretty surprised we haven't seen him come in deeper. Perhaps he's waiting for GME split so he can grab liquidity himself and put it over to BBY. Maybe. Supposedly they're gonna have a plan of action by the end of August. If I don't see movement for OPEX, I'm gonna close my August calls. And then if their plan sucks and he hasn't fucking bought more, by the time that comes out, I'm done. At this point, he controls the Jamie board. He bought all of that to create the turnaround, which he has since moved towards. He may be looking to pull money out of Jimmy to his next venture. It's possible. Although risky for him to shed ownership interest at this point, right? Don't panic on BBY. This is like Jimmy September 2020. If we'd sold then, look what we would have missed. I know. I understand. But I can also just set a buy order for like $10. Right? Thoughts on Gex from last week's run? Minimal. There's very minimal Gex going into today, right? Like fucking 100,000 shares worth of required buying. Yeah, 383 is a pretty solid support. Are you really asking for a plan from a guy who doesn't give forward guidance? You know, you can only get away with that shit when you're super successful. Even fucking Apple has to come down off of their perch sometimes and give some guidance. I expect that from someone who hasn't run a public company before. BBY needs to run through inventory to bring in cash ASAP. August might be too late. I know. They are though. I think they were moving. They've already started like liquidating inventory. Or they said they were. I could be wearing tinfoil. I just feel like RC has some crazy play he's yet to unfold that involves both Jamie and BBBY. Maybe. I mean, I kind of expect him just to do with BBBY exactly what he did with GameStop. Buy in once, then buy in again, drive illiquidity, create a pop, release shares, fund the company. Next one, right? What if he knows about a catalyst such as the baby sale? Could he legally buy in? Yeah, he has an agreement that allows him to buy more. I expected today to be more interesting than this. I kind of expected today to be at least this interesting. We're up still. That's a positive. Power hour. Oh, it's almost Cenas time. They do have assets to cover their debt. Yeah, they do. Today and Friday makes this really remind me of last August and price action. Sort of. I'll play the song when it's time, JC. Don't you rush me. I'm surprised we haven't heard from the how can you be so wrong about OPEX people? But that's you, Bones, isn't it? Heathlin 424, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country
Happy
club
birthday, girl.
after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs. Like
Check Discord, you magnificent bastard.
Please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Maybe it has a similar trend. Yeah. Huh. I don't understand the unemployment rate thing. How dare you, Shill? Check DMs for some spike prawn. I saw it. We're still positive on the day. This is what we wanted. Positive days. Especially if we rise into close. Oh, that's just a perfect FTD day. Doing the full sinus wiggle. You guys ever wiggle your sinus? What have you done, Darth? Oh, he's back at it. Why do you look so respectable? How have you managed to find another job where you can drink all day? This doesn't make sense. It's my favorite font, Helvetica. No, I'm kidding. It's Times New Roman. I like my documents to look really boring. Kegels make huge beef. Every job I've found, I've been able to drink all day. Fair enough, Carl. I had to leave for 2 hours. Did I miss anything other than the market downturn? No. Trying to catch up 2x. Girk's still cursing about critical margin. I'm about 15 minutes behind. Halton to close? That'd be cool. I haven't had one of those in a long time. Can I go recap on the daily? I wasn't here for 95% of it. We went up, then we went down, then we went up hard, and then we went down slow. And now we're gonna see what happens for the last 50 minutes of the day in 5 minutes. But very much just looks like FTD covering, like higher volume FTD covering. Like same with the fucking, initial arbitrage from foreign markets. then they drop, actually cover, and then slow bleed it down until Cenas closes. We've done this so many times, right? We all know what is going on here. I even drew a diagram of it like months ago on some fucking one of the DDs I wrote, like one of the dailies, I think. So I'd stop having to explain it to people, and then I still have to explain it to people. What's bullish about it is that the second half is higher than the first. Can I get a recap of the last 24 months of your life? I was only there for about 23% of it. You were there for at least 40% of it, Gaff. Did the MM clear their positive hedge? I mean, more calls have been bought, so no. How well is the wizard indicator done? I am, I like it. What's gonna be interesting is when Cenas closes and all that liquidity drops. And we could just watch in real time them fuck our long-term shareholding. It's nice. At least we can see who's doing it this time, right? I don't know the percentage hand. 14 months. More than half. There you go. Is Cena's closing supposed to be good or bad for price action? It's neither. But on days where FTDs are really high and they stop internalizing and Cena's closes, we generally run up into close. So I think with the positive price action of today, that we could see a run after Cenas closes. We may not, but we could. I think the odds are a little higher, or in our favor. Can barely remember how old he is. How the fuck is he gonna keep track of how long everyone has been here? I have a good memory, it's just not for people. Of all the bullshit through more than a year, I still can't believe people are still using Hood. I know, right? Well, you know, it's very colorful and fun to look at. I can't believe people ever used it, frankly, but age over under 22. Over. I'm over 22. Where can I apply to be a health food smoothie chef plus physical trainer / gardener for Pickle Financial's Long Island office? That's too many roles. Well, I'll let you know when the applications open up. How do you feel about Nebraska, Stefan? Like, for like all of those things, but at the satellite Omaha office. I spent more time in here last year than with my wife and kids. Oh, yeah. But is that a bad thing? Yes, Han, you have been here since the beginning. Close to the beginning. I don't think you were here, like, were you here the first day? Maybe. Are there any other brokerages with good, better iOS apps for trading options? I mean, WeBull's app's pretty good. I think it's fairly fleshed out. Most of the other ones suck. I've never used, like Fidelity's like mobile interface. I don't know how that is. I imagine it's shit like everything else they have. Vanguard definitely not. Maybe IBKR mobile app's okay. TDA, I'm not sure. Is TDA any good? I've been here for around 8 months, and I regret every second. You love it, Gaff. Don't bullshit. Cat is doing a reverse wedge on the 1 minute chart. I think that's the first time I've seen that on a real stock before. It's strange. No, it's not. It's not strange. It's it could also just like be a breakout of the trend, right? Or a failure to break out of the trend. Fidelity's app is straight garbage. TDA TOS is great. Oh, okay. I see it. I would say it's just part of a larger downtrend, but I also make great cold brew coffee. You're fired. Just don't ever talk to me again, Stefan. Think that'll work? Probably not. Thank you for making me not have to see that, Carl. I appreciate it. Is my cat dead? I don't know. Poke it with a stick. Free movie tickets for gingers in Britain because you're too fragile in the heat. What? SF6 stream when released? Yeah, but that's like next year, right? I think I should get a kitten. I mean, as long as you feel like you're responsible enough to take care of it. You noticed how I got out of doing the Cenas song? That's right, Gaff. No bonus for you today. Message retracted. Oh, God. This stream has cured my erectile dysfunction. Well, that's nice. Thank you. What a lovely compliment. You already said the word. That's enough for the auditors. All right, fine. Message protracted. I feel like the stream caused my erectile dysfunction. Interesting. What's with the chart in the corner? Just ignore it. I was here for the first stream, but got turned off initially. Came back 2 days later, though, because there wasn't anyone better. And grew to love you as my favorite shill. Thanks, Sam Jones. There still isn't anyone better. Just a heads up. I have no stream. I'm not going to talk about erectile dysfunction for the rest of the day. We're not advertising low T cure-alls. It was an ED swap. All right, that was good. I'm old enough to remember the cookies hat. It's been a while. Did someone say they could help with low T? Carl, I've told you. We need to test it on the animals first. I recently subbed to Matt Kors and I've gained a lot of knowledge. About what? I helped cure his erectile dysfunction. I've helped someone. I did good. Someone finally likes me. Finally, someone likes me. Congratulations, Darth Dan. You've done it. You have a friend. Pickle tricks his chat into buying his out of the money covered calls. Such a goated investor. I know. It's amazing. You know how hard that is? I have to do a lot of fucking work to get people to buy my covered calls. I have to post them on Craigslist, take pictures of them. Then they message me and they're like, "Oh, what kind of condition is the call in?" And I'm like, I don't know. It's a fucking covered call, you know?" And then they're like, "Okay, well, can we meet up at like a public place and you can bring the covered calls?" Then I got to load the fucking covered calls into my car. I've got to drive to some fucking strip mall. And then they're like, "Oh, I'll give you half. Do you take Venmo?" Or alternatively, half of the emails are like, "Hey, is it okay if I write you like a check and send it in the mail and then you ship me the covered calls?" Yeah. So, fuck you, all right? I put a lot of effort into that. Who's the fucking savage trying to get you to mail covered calls? Ah, computer share. In triplicate, too. Does the purple circle DRS ring turn into 4 semicircles post split? Just 4 smaller circles. What's the yellow squiggly line over there predicting? um, something. The more I watch it, the less I understand what it does. Calendar spread your whole position for this Friday. No. I just got hit with a Robin Hood ad. Shill. Okay. How do you guys think this works? Do you think there's like YouTube's like, "Hey, do you want to play an ad?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, let me select from the list of available advertisers." And then I like choose one and fucking send it to you? No, they just play them automatically. You can run ads like that on Twitch? Well, clearly I'm on the wrong platform. I just got an erectile dysfunction ad. Tell the truth, you single-handedly control both the entire stock market and YouTube ads. No. I'm bored. Can you pump the stock a bit? That's what we're doing. It's going up. Look. We've been asking for Twitch cross-stream for almost a year. Yeah, but like I have to like download software, and then that would mean like 2 chats. Fuck. It's too many, right? Back to 148 by close? I think so. I think we can move even harder than that. I think we could break 148.48. Is my new indicator broken? No, there's just no volume. After I got divorced for 3 months straight, I got Ashley Madison ads. YouTube has no chill. You could have fucked somebody else's wife. Dude, you got to know how to position yourself on Ashley Madison. Be the boyfriend, not the husband. Meh is not good enough answer. Just ignore YouTube chat and focus on Twitch. Become a semi-knowledgeable tech person for the first time in your life. You millennial, darn it. I could do it. It's just, it sounds like that's not where my interests are, Darth. I don't care about being a social personality influencer person. What's up, Elena? How do you keep choosing ads for Grinder for me? So I'm not. You should clear your search history, bro. No FOMO. Yes, in fact it does, but it doesn't on the 1 minute. Renko sucks on the 1 minute, if you've ever tried it, Stefan. So it overcorrects the issue. You're technically a social influencer. I've never influenced anybody to do anything. Is your real name Blake? No. But that's kind of a cool name. It's like Lake, but with a B. You've never compared candles with your bros? I mean, not intentionally. Are you a Chad? I don't think so. You say and we buy calls. That's pretty influential. To be fair, if I say anything at all, you guys buy calls. It's either Blake or D'Artagnan. You're not wrong. His name is Parmigiano Reggiano. I'm sorry, pickled hole. You should get that drained. Rupert Buffett? Oh, Rupert. You say nothing, show a calf or a wrist, and the whole stream full ports into whatever's on the screen. Never mind taking your shirt off. True. That's why I keep the shirt on nowadays. It got too wild. I just keep getting ads for depression and critical margin. Weird. Weird that they need to advertise critical margin, right? That sounds suspect as fuck. Noted, butt liquor. 69. My boofing hole hurts. Now you know what it means to have a purple circle. It's Justin Rigatoni. Couple hours ago, the yellow squiggly line was full bull when trading flat around 147.50. I'll be pleasantly surprised if we close the day at 147.50. I said 148.48 taking off Friday. You didn't say it, you declared it. Alright, well, either way. Spy Big Downs, GME not. Love it. It's nice, right? No full bull till 150. Even if we have to wait for tomorrow. That just means no full bull today. Formaggio de la Cruz. Dustin or Kyler? No. Jesus. Cat making me frustrated. Because you didn't buy enough theta? Or because you can't wait till tomorrow? Did they clear? I don't think they cleared really any obligations. I think we saw FTDs and the hedge got sustained. How are we about to battle for 180 again? No. We're about to battle for 147. Not in Antonio. What do you think about Goldman's earnings? What about them? I mean, I didn't read them, but they make more money on trading than they did on their other assets. It's a bear market, right? Buy and hold's not the greatest during these periods of time. Well, if you were holding before. If you're buying now, it's not so bad. It's Cameron with a KHHH. I just want you to know I get 2 ads every time I switch YouTube accounts to ask the same question. You know, 510 is really just 150 post split. So we weren't just early. We were also off by a factor of 4. Yeah, I see that. Goldman investment fees way down. Hmm. SPY denying the 148.48 close. Not yet, it's not. We still have 28 minutes of pure, unabated price action. Huh. What about the... It's locked into this consolidating azimuth right now. JPM, Surefile, and a bunch of 42 4Bs 2s these days. Any downside support coming in on CAT? I mean, it's just been trading at like the same fucking price for most of the day, right? Slightly down from where it opened. But relatively, it's like $2 price movement. Whatever this was in the middle of the day. So it's dropping with the rest of the market. 382, all the way back to 380 maybe? SPY got too big for its britches. Did you ever attend St. Basil Academy in Garrison, New York? I did not. That sounds very pretentious. I have all my shares in Vanguard because I was tricked by SS early on. Do you think the Purple Gang will accept me as their brethren or crucify me? I have no idea. You have an inhaler because you got that asthma. No, I don't. Never had asthma. Any reason to see after hours action? No, not really. We may see some in the pre-market though. You vaping tobacco or shatter? It's neither. It's nicotine suspended in vegetable glycerin and propylene glycol. If you had $100 left to put into OPEX, would you buy $200 weeklies tomorrow or put more in BBBY? I'd save the money for lunch. Did you ever get your rehypothecated grinder? I didn't, but I did buy another one instead. How many good faith violations can you get? 3. If you saved the money for lunch, what would you eat? You know, that's an excellent question, and I should figure that out right now, because the day is almost done, and I've eaten nothing. Your green screen is acting weird. No, it's not. You're acting weird. Given we stabilize today, how does this change your outlook for the rest of the week? You know, I'm a little more bullish. The chart on the bottom left implied volatility. No, it's real life volatility. We're not going to close at 148, by the way, guys. I'm sorry. I tried. Gluten-free vegan margarita. See you later, Carl. I haven't entered any OPEX yet. I'm happy with the price action I saw today. I'm between entering some options before closing in case PM early morning run and just waiting until tomorrow. Thoughts? Um, yeah, I mean, I might be buying some calls before close today as well. I'm gonna see kind of how it plays out in these last few minutes, and then I'll see what I want to do. I would have preferred if it had gone below 48 or above like 47, but eh. It was hubris to think you could overpower Kramer. I mean, we did though, right? Like Kramer rang the bell today and we're up 4.6%. If we close the day up 4.69%, this could be the most bullish day in GME history. And it would have been all Kramer's fault. BBBY is still $5. Is the yellow chart just showing the average ambient temperature of your apartment for the last week? Yes. Is there any chance that options time and sales data is even remotely accurate on Thinkorswim as far as timestamps? Yeah, it should be. I mean, they're just getting it from like CBOE, right? What's your least favorite stock to be asked about on stream? Ader, AMC, CLVR, Express, um, any stock that is just the cheaper version of a better stock. MMAT, BBIG. What else? Oh, Mullen Automotive, Sundial, Redbox, Revlon, Clove, yeah. SST, well, yeah. Oh, and Prague, of course, Prague. Oh, and anything that costs less than $1 or is a bio stock that has not met approval requirements for the product they intend to sell. Stop looking at my portfolio. Temperature in your apartment just took a big jump. Yeah. Somebody should have put all this together in a $5 max hot garbage ETF. Yeah, seriously. They could have just called it D-SPAC and then, you know. What about Peloton? I mean, is the baby killing? I mean, SLDH is fine, right? It's just like... Oh, wait, no, maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'll tell you the best way to make money on Wall Street bets. Make a list of all the things that they intend to pump that week, and then short the top. It's a foolproof system. They're never right for more than 2 days. Like, it's like 2 days of gain porn, 3 days of loss porn. That's every week, right? So... And they're really never bearish. How to ID the top? Wait till you start to see the loss porn come in. Or the biggest gain porn. If you really want to be in early. %100% success rate in back testing. Yeah, you just buy theta. The method he also he spoke about also works on the short squeeze sub. Those guys are morons. Literally just listed all the stocks on Matt Core's watch list. I'm not fucking surprised. It's not even hard, right? You just look at the options chain. You look for the highest OI, like where all the Wall Street bets people are piling in. You buy one strike above it puts for 1 week later expiration. Because you know when they're all going to get burned and sell off. Because they've all bought the same fucking call, right? And then the market maker deleverages the delta hedge, and boom, you make money. Can we put this to a test? Not this week. We're busy. Is this not an especially large SPY sell-off? Yeah. Considering there's no news. But there was also no news to make it go up either, right? Oh shit. Alright. Apple killed the market today. Yeah. Where's the ape are you rushing into FOMO into dividend split buying? Well, they DRS'd all their shares and couldn't sell covered calls for the last year, so they've had no income off of their investment. They're broke. Just to confirm, buying Jimmy shares tomorrow will still get a dividend. Why are you asking me? Go ask your brokerage. Bert, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, Bert. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin.
Franco, pick your time frame, divide the ATR 14 by 14 times 2. Use that for traditional value. Gives a really good block size.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade.
Is that RC liquidating his Apple position in order to buy Baby? Maybe. He's up, right? Ain't no call. You started selling CCs in March, but you act like you're Moonwind. You know, here's the funny thing is I've made more money selling covered calls since March than Moonwind has in the last year and a half. So that should bring him out of the woodwork. Where is he? What do you think the chances are that SS believes and actually follows through with selling after today, expecting that they will still receive the dividends? I have no idea, man. We'll see. Hopefully, people who thought that got it through their thick heads that that's not correct. I'm afraid to ask, but what is a brokerage? The place where you lose money, turd. It's still internalizing hard. It's still driving up really hard. It's moved up to like 0.129. So that's exciting. It's just spent hundreds of millions on the GameStop NFT beta marketplace. Yeah. But like the ones that stole the money from the others, like aren't they gonna buy some? Nothing like buying a bunch of NFTs into a crashing crypto market. Are you gonna address the Ben Affleck JLo wedding? Why would I care? The more people say Ben Affleck, the less I can remember who the fuck he is. He's the guy, right? He was Batman or something. Yeah, that's the one. No, that's Robert Pattinson. See, you say Ben Affleck and I see Matt Damon. I don't know why. He co-wrote Good Will Hunting. You're just defending him because you're from New Jersey, Gaff. Okay, let's be David E. Val Kilmer was the best Batman. There's no argument there. Followed by Christian Bale. Michael Keaton is easily the worst of the Batmans. Maybe George Clooney also. You leave your hatred of multiplicity out of this. I can't. Look how hard this is driving up, and yet nothing's happening. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is just skyrocketing, and Jamie isn't moving at all. My screen's not frozen. A little bit, but like, nothing, still nothing's happening. Can you address the people on here who will have a plus $100 cost basis post split? Maybe a word of encouragement. Maybe the markets aren't for you. You know, there's other endeavors in life like art or music, um, selling drugs. Although maybe don't do that. That requires some analytical skill. Yeah. This is the power of the indicator. The market is going nuts while Jamie goes meh. Yeah, pretty much. They're just boofing all of it. They're boofing so much right now. I'm sorry, a $100 cost basis post split? Dear Lord. Yeah. It's a thing, Gaff. I've seen it. I didn't think it was real, but I've seen people with like 2,000 shares at 410. I don't want my shares to be split up. Show I sell. Fucking Vorname. There's no Renko blocks, Stefan. You're completely wrong, actually. Ding ding. The day is done. Well, we didn't really rise into close, but a little bit, right? It wasn't so bad. Um, we tried to go up after CNS closed, just not a lot. Um, decent volume, not particularly great. But a positive that we're up on the day overall. The market moved down, what, almost 100 basis points today? So, kind of killing it. They boofed a bunch of stuff there at close, so that should be fun tomorrow. And yeah. So pretty exciting. Could have been worse. I think I'm pretty bullish on the fact that we didn't drop like a fucking rock today. So let's take that for what it's worth. I don't want my shares to be split into lesser shares. How do I keep my original shares at pre-split prices? You can't. My parents split up. It killed me inside. I'm sorry to hear that, but if it makes you feel any better, GameStop also didn't want you. Cohen just announced BBBY double down. Where? You couldn't be more right, Vorname. All right, guys. Well, tune in tomorrow for more exciting OPEX action. Hopefully, with a little dash of volume on top. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. You guys have a wonderful night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.